Yeah, there he is. How test this? Thank you.
aviation industry is the seventh largest emitter of CO2 emissions in the world.
How do we work together through the climate pledge to decarbonize aviation?
SAF is the key component to the future of flight. It's made out of renewable sources. It is 80% reduction in CO2.
It blends with conventional jet fuel, so this is the future. We all are responding to our climate crisis, and we can work together to be a part of a solution.
Reusing what we have can change the world. That is why Neste is pushing change with renewables. We are in the business of fighting climate change, fueling action today, as our planet and communities can't wait. Instead of throwing waste into landfills, we collect and turn it into renewable and circular solutions. Now is the time for change. By offering these solutions for heavy-duty industries, we change the way trucks drive, planes fly, and plastics are made. With renewables, Neste powers thousands of American cities and businesses. And by helping our customers reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we create a healthier planet for future generations. Because renewables run the change we need, and change runs on renewables.
Jay, how are you? Oh, there you are. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Eric Nelson. I'm the Executive Director here at the National Nordic Museum. It's a pleasure to have you all here. Good morning. It's a beautiful day. It's going to be a fantastic session, and it's great to get started. I want to start off by acknowledging and thanking the summit founder and chair, Birger Steen, who put this together again for the 5th year in a row, and he's doing a spectacular job. The committee that put it together, there are some incredible individuals who are on the board and affiliated with the museum in a bunch of different ways. Petra Hildeberg and Tula, I want to call out specifically. Tula will be up here in a few minutes, and will have a pretty big role along with Berger as we move forward. From the museum side, staff, who was the project manager for this. We've got a bunch of people to welcome that are going to be coming in and out today. I want to start with acknowledging Governor Inslee, who'll be here this afternoon. We've got Mayor Bruce Harrell, who will be up just in a few minutes. Ambassador of Iceland to the U.S., Vigdis Ellisdottir. We've got the Ambassador to the U.S. from Denmark, Christina Marcus Larsson. And we have Minister of Innovation from Iceland, Aslaug Sigurðsbjörnsdóttir. So, and we also have a couple of electeds locally here, Marco Leas and Dan Strauss. So they'll be bumping into. I also need to thank the 20 sponsors that we have. I'm not going to read off all of their names, but the lead sponsor today and yesterday was Washington State Department of Commerce. Nokia sponsored the opening reception last night. Neste has been wonderful. The Nordic Council of Ministers is represented here today, and we're greatly supportive of this event. Madison Taylor Marketing, Amazon, and Scan Design, just to name a few. With that all said, I'm going to turn it over to Berger and Tula, who will give some opening remarks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing this morning?
Right, so we're on to day 2. It's the first time we do. Can we dial down the mic a little bit? Because I can scream.
I'm really loud.
Yeah. Day 2 of the 5th anniversary Nordic Innovation Summit. And as usual, we have gathered an impressive set of innovators, leaders, companies that have Nordic roots and also a past, present, or future connection to the Pacific Northwest. And specific to this year, previous years, we've sort of taken for granted that innovation, Nordics, and sustainability go together. Over the last 18, 24 months or so, there's been a few sort of rocks in the sea when it comes to ESG and sustainability. Money costs money now. We have interest rates. There's a war on in Europe. It's hard to get resources. Supply chains are doubted. And so people are sort of starting to say, well, maybe we can take a little break from that stuff because it's a little tricky these days. And what we've done therefore this year is to gather a set of companies that show every day when they get up in the morning and go to work that doing well by doing good and doing good by doing well is the right way to do business. That understand that sustainability is not a party political question, it's just good leadership. And we've dialed back a little bit on the panels. We dialed up on the sort of TED Talk format presentation, so you'll all be able to see more companies and hear more about their stories this year. And as I said, all of them have great stories about how you deliver on the short term for shareholders and the long term for the world.
And one of the things that at least impressed me looking at this year's program is the richness of the Nordic companies operating in the field of sustainability. So we will discuss it from so many angles, and that's why this, like a 10-minute TED Talk allows us to hear from many of them, and then hopefully, during breaks, we can network. And we also want to welcome everybody online. So we are a digital museum, even though we have this beautiful building here in Ballard of Seattle. We're also streaming online on YouTube. So I know that many people are watching online as well. And some of the things that I'm looking forward today hearing in this morning session, we will talk about the future of trucks. And you might see one there, from Volta Trucks. Is it up front? Yeah, because the boat, there's a electric boat. Hopefully you can check that one as well. The Volta Trucks is here up front, and they're going to be part of changing how we transport goods. So we're very excited to have Kjell Valoen join us this morning. And then we'll go to more hardcore industries, and we will hear from H2 Green Steel, how some of these more traditional industries like steel are changing with sustainability and green focus. And we'll talk about energy, Corvus Energy, and their president of Americas is going to be on stage, I think even later on a panel as well. And fertilizers, what's happening, with the fertilizing industry, and we're hearing from Sinus, and we have Jakob here from Sweden talking about that. So many things happening in so many fields. And then the morning session will be concluded with a panel where we have a wonderful set of speakers, and Rice Roth from Center for Sustainable Infrastructure is going to be our moderator.
So a very rich program. I think we should just get to it. We give you the 5th anniversary Nordic Innovation Summit.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I have the great pleasure to welcome the Mayor of Seattle, Mayor Bruce Harrell, who will have a couple welcoming remarks for us. Bruce?
Thank you very much. Either my timing was perfect or I'm late. I'm going to choose to say my timing was perfect. I'm sorry I'm a few minutes late. In all seriousness, though, we had a little conflict there. Very honored to be here, welcoming such an impressive group of innovation and climate leaders from the Nordic region and across the United States to my home, Seattle, and many of your homes, for the Nordic Innovation Summit. A little bit about this part of town, the Ballard area here on the north end. For those that I don't know personally, I was born and raised in this city. I was born in the south of here, but as a young child, my mother and father would take me to this side of the town, and I was thinking I was going to Canada, by the way. Always so warmly received by so many people, and I had an appreciation at a very early age about the Nordic region. Very proud of our sister city relationships with our cities in Iceland and in Norway, one for 37 years, one for 56 years. And so when I come to gatherings like this at a very, very special part of our town that I am very proud to say is the 57th mayor of the city, that our roots are common DNA with those of Nordic descent, we couldn't be more proud, because not only do we understand or better understand the culture, the differences, the diversity, we better understand what we have in common in our desire to save the planet, our desire to to improve the quality of the air and the quality of water, our desire to trade and have strong economic relationships. That's in our DNA, and so I'm very honored to be here. Seattle has strong ties with the Nordic region, as many of you know. We have in our state, we are home to approximately 800,000 people of Danish, Finnish, Icelandic, Norwegian, and Swedish ancestry. This is a testament to our state's incredibly rich cultural heritage. When I served on the city council, we proclaimed to the world that we are a welcoming city, we are a human rights city, and so the foundation by which my administration sort of governs the city makes it crystal clear. And what I hope in this beautiful gem that we have, which is I think one of the country's most precious gems here in terms of what we celebrate here, this is a story for all parts of our city, indeed all parts of this region to enjoy. Our city has made a strong commitment to sustainability and combating climate change, such that we can build a healthy, thriving future for all of our residents. I'm very, very proud that we did receive some international distinctions or awards for some of the work that we're doing on our climate strategies. And I have to tell, when I talk to the younger folks, and by the way, I see a lot of gray hair out there like I have, so when I'm talking to those folks, I'm going to point to the younger folks. I think they get it a little better than us. I think we are playing catch-up ball because perhaps when we were in high school or college or doing things, perhaps we weren't as readily aware of the dangers of climate warming or global warming. And so I think our younger folks, this is one of the key issues. And again, I say, as a person that had parents that, well, my mother was born here, but my father had come from down south in southern Louisiana, that this is a unifying element with people from different backgrounds. This is a common DNA. And so that's when this is a common fight. And it may not be done within our lifetimes. In fact, it won't be done with our lifetimes. But we're demonstrating to the world that we're only here for a finite period of time anyway. This is the journey we must fight on together. So I'm heading to Iceland and Norway next week. My wife and I, and we're going with many partners here, with the great Seattle partners in the chamber and some business reps. I couldn't tell you more excited. So I was actually, hear me when I say this as I close. I was in Iceland last week. Now, you're saying, how is this guy? This mayor is completely batty. I have an Oculus device. I was in the metaverse. If you know what that is, this is a device you put on and it's 3D and you're looking over. So I've already mapped out everywhere I want to go, everyone I want to see. And these Oculus devices, I drive my staff crazy about this, but in parts of the Nordic region, not just Iceland, but other parts of the whole Nordic region, I didn't want to get off of it in preparation for this trip. So I'm pretty excited. We'll learn more on how we collaborate with our partners in the Nordic region, not just with respect to climate change, but our sister city relationships, our trade relationships. Again, enjoying and celebrating the food, the art, the culture. I couldn't be more excited. So in closing, I hope as your mayor, I just need you to know we are so welcomed. You've honored us with your presence. I hope this Nordic Innovation Summit is everything that you hope it to be, and I'm sure you will make it an exciting endeavor. As I say to my 3 children, my wife and I, is that I don't know, no matter how old you get, It's always a process of evolving to learn, and that's the beauty of these summits. So thank you very, very much. I hope you have a great summit. Welcome to Seattle. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Kjell Wallin, Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of Volta Trucks.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Not yet. Does it work? Here we go. All right. Talk about being excited. I'm so glad to be here and honored. This is a very important gathering of people on this side of the pond, as we say in Norway. I come from Volta Trucks. We are a Swedish startup, or maybe a scale-up at this point. But I have to say to the Norwegians here, I'm actually Norwegian. But I think we, Scandinavia, don't really care so much when we actually work together quite well. I will give you first of all, thank you, Birger, for the invitation, and congratulations to you and the team with a fantastic event. I will talk a little bit about Volta's how, why, how, and what. Now that we have the truck outside, I will tone down a little bit on the what, flip through quite quickly some of those pages, because I think it's better you go and see yourself. But first of all, the why. So Volta Trucks, we're talking about our 3 S's: sustainability, safety, and shortage of drivers. These were the drivers when we started the company, and they are the same today. Sustainability, I think we're all aware of the increasing awareness amongst all over the world about emissions and climate change and the emotion. This is becoming emotionally, people are getting personally engaged in this. With that, companies also take on a realization that this is no longer, or they see the potential, the risks of potentially being seen as a company that does nothing, and the potential value of being a company that takes the lead in sustainability. It's moved from compliance to brand building and revenue. It's become a business, business case to drive sustainability. And also authorities take action. Very glad to see the increasing activity amongst authorities and cities, regions, and countries driving for sustainability, also in the transportation sector. Paris, as an example, they have started phasing out trucks, diesel trucks from the city. In fact, they introduced last year, they said in 21, they said that they were from next year, all diesel vehicles would be banned within the greater Paris region. And that is an area with 7 million inhabitants. Now, by now they have delayed that 1 year, postponed it, because they realized doing this at the same time as holding the Olympics was not a good idea. But anyway, the message is quite clear. Buying a diesel truck today is a risk, not an opportunity. That's why I always end my postings on social media with no time to lose. Safety. There is statistics from London saying that heavy-duty trucks are 5 to 10 times more likely to cause a fatal accident than a passenger car. I think it's natural. They're bigger. They're bound to be more difficult to drive in the city. But the main thing is that they were never designed for doing that. These trucks are built to drive on a highway or on a construction site. they were not, and the city work they do is a limited volume. So that companies didn't really think about designing it, special trucks for that. They just used what is designed for the highway in the city. These are some examples. Bikers are taking action as well. This nice little pamphlet was handed to me by a sweet old lady in London, gathering support for the London Cyclist Campaign, which now has 11,000 members, doing more than 100 activities throughout London a year to drive for increased safety for cyclists. And you can see these blind spot signs that are compulsory on all trucks, heavy-duty trucks in Europe. Again, no time to lose. The shortage of drivers. This may sound trivial compared to the previous two items, but for the fleet operator, it is you cannot talk about trivial, because this is their life and blood. And just look at the numbers. In the US alone, today, the statistics say that there's a shortage of 90,000 drivers. And this is forecast to almost double within the next 7 years to 2030. So how can we make the profession more attractive? I think we as manufacturers have a role to play. It's about making this a better workplace environment, ergonomics, etc. For one, imagine climbing up and down those stairs 20 times a day, every day of the year, in winter, in ice. There's a lot of accidents, a lot of difficulty for retention, etc. Right, okay. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the story, how we started, because I think it's also relevant. The person who had the idea, actually, my partner, Carl Magnus Norden, a serial entrepreneur from Stockholm, came to me and asked, why is so much happening for electrification of cars and so little for trucks? And I was working at Polestar at the time. I was part of the management team starting Polestar, so I was very much engaged in the passenger car side of it, but I couldn't answer. We couldn't do it, either of us. The only thing we could say that it could well be that in passenger cars, you had Tesla, Elon Musk, going forward, and everybody had to follow. Once there is somebody out there, you can't wait. And I think our assumption was that is happening in the truck industry. Hasn't been a front runner in trucks, and thus the incumbents will wait and see. And the conclusion is then, well, could that be us? And we couldn't see any reason why you couldn't. We decided that it's time that somebody does this, and we just did it. When we decided to do it, we were looking very much at the city distribution as a prime market, because this is where you get an immediate impact. There is such a big need for a better truck in the cities, not only for CO2 and climate change. Electrification is important for that, but in the cities you have an immediate impact. So what we said is we want to design something using the same thinking as Elon Musk. What would you do if you didn't have a diesel engine? And typically what a diesel engine is a big lump of metal. The only place you can fit it is in front of the cargo load. Thus the cabin comes up and you have today's situation. Now we have come to a state where you could actually fit the complete powertrain behind the cabin. And that is, we were just coming out when e-axles was coming to this size of vehicle. So the transmission and the motor is fit onto the rear axle of the vehicle. Then the battery in front and leaves the space open, the cabin space open for doing anything you want. So what we did then, obviously we we redesigned that part, and yeah, as you can see, we played around. We built wooden models. Obviously, a delivery truck, you don't want to climb up, and you don't really want to sit high up. So that's the first step. We realized that sitting in the center is actually not a bad idea. You have a balanced view on both sides, and you really want to exit on the pavement side, not out in the traffic. So those were some of the key drivers for the design. There's a number of others. This I think you can have a look when you go outside, but you can see it. The cabin is a panoramic view. We have these sliding doors that don't flip out and hit the motorbike passing by, etc. And also coming from the passenger car industry, I can't see any reason why we shouldn't have the same ADAS, Advanced Driver Assistance Systems, as cars do. And the cabin, in addition to what I just mentioned about positioning and being low, etc., it needs to be modern. To increase the number of drivers, you have to also attract the younger drivers, female drivers, etc. You need to make that environment look like that as well. One thing is that obviously it needs to be Instagrammable, but also high tech, touch screens, all that stuff that people are getting used to in cars. Why isn't that in trucks? Of course it should be. Infotainment, good loudspeakers, exactly what makes this interesting to work in. Oh, sorry. I will just go briefly through. In order to help operators shift quickly, we have introduced Truck as a Service, which is a all-encompassing service that you don't have to worry about hiring and training high voltage technicians, etc. We have fixed fee per month. We take care of everything, absolutely everything, all from how to arrange your depot to get this the charging, the insurance, financing, etc. And we do the maintenance throughout the lifetime. It's important to create this speed in the transition, that there are take away as many hurdles as possible. Since I have very little time left in my presentation, I will just go quickly on this as well. Key in our journey is speed. It's not only all startups need to come to a saleable product quickly, but we also have, we want to save the world as well. Anyway, we were setting goals for ourselves that we should. Did I do that? Time is not out yet. But 4 years from the PowerPoint, we got the money to start working till start of production and sales. I think it's most likely half the time that what anybody else would guess. Took us a year to get the first vehicle out, but that's from a powertrain to there's a lot of steps before you even start working with engineers on that. And then it took about half a year to get the mule, which is a powertrain testing with no top hat. And then another half a year, that's 1 year from start of engineering till the first prototype is being built, which is now including buying parts and doing the engineering. Anyway, we're very proud of it. We started we signed the contract. I'll have that later on here. We're doing contract manufacturing in Austria. We decided up front there's no way that we have time to build our own plant and hire the people and train the people. So we were looking all over Europe, and we finally, in the last minute, this plant came on the market. MAN, which is part of the Volkswagen concern, now Traton, had decided to close the plant, and this became a contract manufacturer, and we are the first and only customer for now. Speed to market, they know how to do it, no need to train people. This is a huge risk reduction compared to other startups that try to set up their own manufacturing. Because this is, I think you may have, if you've followed Elon Musk, there's a lot of talk about manufacturing hell. We talk about manufacturing heaven. Right. US plants, maybe I just finished with that. Of course, that's of interest. So we start bringing over vehicles for pilot testing this year. We have big hopes and we are very optimistic about the US. In fact, within short, the US market volumes in our business plan is bigger than Europe. We will, if everything goes as I plan, we will start manufacturing in 25, and 1 or 2 years later, we will have built our own plant. We don't expect to find a contract manufacturer as we have in Austria, so we will start in parallel with first working with a smaller local manufacturer to develop an assembly there, and in parallel look for, decide, and start building our own greenfield site. So it's going to be very exciting and busy times going forward. Let me just have 2 last slides, and I promise, I'm sorry, a bit over time. This is what we wanted to, this is the inspiration. You know, when you do something from scratch, why not do it properly? So reimagining what is required, decide a superior product can actually reshape an entire market, establishing a new and pace-setting market leader. And I'm talking about city distribution vehicles. And this is where we ended up, and I think we managed what we set out for. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Henrik Henriksson, Chief Executive Officer of H2 Green Steel.
Are you hearing me? Okay. Yeah, good. Okay. So good morning, everyone. I was once told that hard work beats talent, and we are working hard in our company. We're working hard building a company from scratch. We are a impact company, a sustainable startup that started from scratch 2 years ago. No income statement, no balance sheet, no people. I left in a career from one of the heavy commercial vehicle industry companies called Scania as the CEO, 55,000 employees, and then went over with 5. Quite a big change. So we're starting to build a company from scratch, something I've dreamed of for a long, long time. Imagine all the possibilities that you have where you can avoid all the legacies, all the structures that you have in a company, and you can build fresh from the beginning. How do you do that? If you want to build a truly sustainable company, what we did is that we lined up our stakeholders. And this is something that I also written a book together with Elaine, some of you know her, about this, and that is one of the pillars in that book. It is the stakeholder model. Usually when you talk about stakeholders and what you learn in business school, it is the customers, it is the people, the employees, and it is the owners, the investors. Those are the usual suspects when it comes to the stakeholders. What we are doing when we are building our company is adding 2 more stakeholders, the society and the planet. We see them standing in front of us, the 5 of them, as our jury of judging how we make our decisions today and what the legacy will be from these decisions. They are all equally important, and that is how we build a foundation of a strong, sustainable company. These 5 stakeholders, then they are lifting up and supporting the purpose that we have as a company. And our purpose is to decarbonize the hard-to-abate industries. You know, those ones that are mentioned in Paris, like transport, cement, agriculture, and steel. So our purpose is that we decarbonize hard-to-abate industries, and we start with steel. Steel being one of the dirtiest industries in the world, representing 10% of the global CO2 emissions that we have. A major problem. And the incumbent industries has not really focused on this. In my previous job, we bought a lot of steel. And there was no traction when we talked about sort of, can you look at a more sustainable way of producing steel than the present one? Which is actually to produce 1 ton of steel, you emit 2 tons of CO2. Nothing happened. And this is actually the opportunity that we are taking now, to show the incumbent industry that it's technically possible, that it's financially possible, and that there is a customer base and a market out there. So starting with steel, we are starting to transform an industry, and we are doing that by addressing 3 technical platforms. And we're doing it for the first time, as you can see behind me, in a project in northern Sweden. And why did we choose northern Sweden? Yeah, when you build a greenfield, you have the opportunity to choose the location from scratch. Historically, steel and iron making has been in places where you have access to coal, a fossil fuel, natural gas, and iron ore. When you build a green steel facility, you need to have access to renewable energy in large quantities over a long time. And if possible, you should find places where you have access to hydropower, because hydropower as a renewable energy is running 24/7, 365 compared to wind and solar. Places like the state of Washington or northern Sweden and northern Norway. So that is the reason why we chose that location. We can get access to renewable energy at a favorable cost for a long, long time. So what we are doing is that we're using this renewable energy. We are taking that from the grid and bringing it into our first platform, and that is green hydrogen. So we're producing green hydrogen. We will build Europe's largest, most probably also the world's largest electrolyzer park, some 800 megawatt of electrolyzer capacity, using 3 different production technologies, alkaline, PEMS, and solid oxide, for those of you who are interested in it, building our own software around it, because no one has done this before. So we cannot go out and ask the big OEMs and to provide us a turnkey solution. We need to develop this system solution ourselves. That green hydrogen, we are then transferring into our second platform, which is to produce green iron. And there we're using a traditional route with a direct reduction shaft, but instead of using natural gas, which is a fossil energy, we use then the clean, renewable green hydrogen. But we need to heat it up. And we do that with electricity. And by doing that, we create a product that is called green iron. And when that is still hot, we push it straight into our third platform, which is a brand new steel mill. We haven't built a steel mill in Europe since 1975. But in the US, a new concept was developed some 25 years ago called a mini mill, an integrated steel mill, and that concept we're taking for the first time to Europe. But we'll electrify it, so no fossil energy at all. By doing these 3 platforms together, we reduce CO2 with 95%. Do you remember those 2 tons of CO2 for 1 ton of steel? That is now down to 100 kilos. And this product we are now offering to our customers. Our customers are in the automotive industry, suppliers to the automotive industry, but it's also to appliances that you will see in your homes, like fridges, freezers, companies like Electrolux, Miele. And why do the car companies and these companies producing fridges or freezers, or actually building material, why are they willing to pay some 25% more for that green steel than the brown steel? It is because they believe that you, as consumer, will be willing to pay more for a car if it actually comes from renewable material, full through, or the same with the fridge or the freezer or the building. So we have already pre-sold 50% of our production on 7-year-long contracts that is so-called take or pay, which means that the customers have to take the volume regardless. I signed one of those contracts as the CEO of Scania some 5 years ago for batteries. It is one big commitment. This they have done. So 50% of our sales is already done. Why? Because they believe that today, with the price on carbon, which is then in Europe linked to our so-called emission trading system, the ETS, the price on carbon is around €100 or $100. And they believe that when they will decarbonize the product for real in the material, it will be cheaper. At the same time as the price on carbon year by year will move up. And already 2025, 2.5 years from now, when we start supplying our customers from this beautiful factory, that price on carbon will be higher, and that's what I see. This is a great opportunity to step in and support. This project behind me cost €5 billion. And as I told you in the beginning, I don't have an income statement, I don't have a balance sheet. So how do you finance a project like this? You do it by actually using these contracts as a security to the banks. And then we have big commercial European banks that are stepping in. No subsidies from the government, no support whatsoever. A true commercial transaction that stands on its own merits. And we are lending then commercial tranches from big commercial. But they use this as a collateral. And then, of course, we have equity coming in with a belief that this is the future. So what we are doing is actually, with our project in northern Sweden, we are building, you can say, the blueprint, the mothership, with these 3 platforms. You can see the substation here in the front, where you have power coming in. It's actually 2 big 400 kV national grid lines coming together, hence the location. Power then coming from wind and the rivers in northern Sweden. The factory you can see in the back there is with the 2 DRI towers, and then the steel plant, which is then 2 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. And a little bit to the right here, you can see actually taking inspiration also from the design discussion that was on stage here last night, building a design that is melting into the nature, so to say. That is actually to the right, you can see the electrolyzer park. So we're taking these 3 platforms, the green hydrogen, the green iron making in the towers, and the green steel plant, and we're rolling them out globally. We're following our customers because they say, great that you can deliver this to us in Europe, but we happen to have a global product range and a global production system. Will you join us to Brazil? And we said, yes. Will you join us to Southern Europe, Portugal? Yeah, we'll do that. Will you look at North America? Yes, we are. We're looking at Canada and the US. And the idea then, of course, is to scale this platform and meet the demand from the customers. But if you go back to our purpose was to decarbonize hard-to-abate industries, and we start with steel. 2 remarks on that. We start with steel because that's the industry that comes first into the money to do this green transformation, because there is a willingness to pay a premium for the green steel. Other industries will follow. Then our agnostic understanding of how you produce green hydrogen in large quantities like this can be used for fertilizers, green ammonia, maybe one day even cement. We will not produce those products, but we can help those industry with the knowledge we have to make the transformation. The other thing about our purpose, that we decarbonize hard-to-abate industries and start with steel, is that what we already have achieved is that we have put fire under the feet of the incumbent industry. We see now announcements coming that they want to follow, because we have showed that it's technically possible, it is financially viable to finance a case like this, and there is a customer. And we have created a market that wasn't there before of green steel, with a definition of what is green steel, a price position, and a contract portfolio worth more than €2 billion. I told you in the beginning that it's a lot of hard work, and hard work beats talent. I was told that, but later I was told that there's a second part of that phrase, and that is that hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. And building this company, I can tell you, it's all about talent. Talent that is working hard, but the attractiveness that we have to recruit people from all over the world. A big group coming in from the US and Canada who have been building these mini mills, but also people from SpaceX, from Tesla, who is helping us to build this giga project that it is. They are coming to us because they want to do something about the planet that is on fire. They want to do something good. And they do want to do something that is hard and difficult. And this is one of the greatest enjoyment that I have in my position. It is to work with this great talent. And they come in because they think, like I do, that it's all about legacy. It's about the legacy of what you want to leave behind. And I have 2 daughters back home, Oscaria and Isabella. They are 12 and 14. And I'm doing this because I want to be able to look them in the eye 20 years from now, when I'm retired, and say that I tried. I did something. So I'm asking you all, join us on this green industrial revolution. Use your voice, your wallet, and your vote, and make this happen. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Ola Jakob Jürgens.
Good job.
Thank you.
Is this working? Can you hear me? Yeah, there we go. Point there, yeah. Okay, I think we're going to start with a video. Just to give you a little bit of setting for what Corvus does. So if we could get that rolling first. All right, so a little bit of scenery from Norway. It is relevant. Personally, I grew up in Norway. I now live in Houston, Texas. I am also a US citizen. So, but there's a lot of similarities between Norway and what's going on now in the maritime industry, also in the US. We have tried to kind of adapt some of those things when we are now growing our business here. So just a little bit about Corvus. Corvus was actually a startup company from Canada back in 2009 in Vancouver. As the maritime industry started to look at electrification, we made a decision that, to really spearhead the opportunities and the development, we should focus more in where the markets were developed the quickest. So we moved our headquarters to Norway. We built a team with a lot of maritime expertise. So we have, I've been myself almost 30 years in the industry. We have shipbuilders, ship designers. We have people with regulatory background, ship operating experience, etc. We are now about 240 people, and more than half of that is actually fully engaged in product development and R&D. We have delivered now about 750 systems to the maritime industry. So that gives us a tremendous amount of data and and experiences that we can take into that R&D process. So this industry is evolving very quickly. And one of the problems we have in marine is that there's such a variety of applications, although also the volume is relatively low. So comparing to the EV industry, we saw the presentation on trucks. It's very hard for us to kind of standardize and get the advantage of that big volume production. So what we did is we made a conscious decision that our kind of expertise should be around the integration into the shipping environment itself, rather than be experts or develop the products in every single detail. So for instance, we do not make our own battery cells. We use battery cells that are already developed for the EV industry. What we do is package them and put them into a system. What we also have embraced from very early on is trying to capture what is the carbon footprint of what we do in every way. So you can see some stats there. So every project we have, we monitor actually the use of the batteries from the beginning to the end. So we can thereby produce data on what is the actual CO2 impact the batteries have, how much fuel is saved, etc. So of our 750 systems, more than half of those are actually continuously monitored, so we can track how the operators are using the batteries and thereby also give them advice and services on how to improve the use. When it comes to the US market, so actually 1 year ago at this conference, we made a commitment that we would set up our first factory in the US and in Washington State. Why Washington State? There's several reasons. As I mentioned, there's a lot of similarity in culture and that kind of cluster thinking here in the Pacific Northwest that is adaptable and similar to Norway. We also, because we had our Vancouver history, it was very easy for us to support business setup in Washington State from our technology center in Vancouver. So those are important reasons. The governor played an instrumental role in supporting us. So we got, through the Port of Bellingham, some grant money to set up the business. So from the announcement in mid-May, it took us only 4 months to have that factory up and running. There's a lot of other organizations that also were very helpful and really appreciative of that collaboration, and we see that going forward. Today, this factory is producing batteries for passenger vessels, for tugboats, for offshore wind industry. In fact, we even later this summer delivering batteries to ships that are being built in China. So it's kind of opposite of what you would think. So that's quite interesting. Oops. Yeah, here you see some examples. So apart from, I mean, our focus is maritime industry, but we do also do some associated markets such as port infrastructure. What you see there on the left side is actually a new fully electric tugboat that will go into service in San Diego later this year. And for that vessel and that operation, we also have charging containers for the tug on the port side, which is kind of novel concept. You see they also have solar panels. So this gives them both a fast charging opportunity, but also gives them security and a redundancy for the grid in the port of San Diego. So that is a model that I think we'll see a lot also in the US, where infrastructure still is a challenge in some areas. Just a little bit about how we see the market growth. So this is kind of how we see the world in terms of the markets that we address in the maritime industry. So you can see the growth rate is pretty much the same across America, Europe, and Asia. I think these are very conservative numbers because we see now that one thing is, building new ships, but there's going to be requirements to upgrade existing fleets of vessels. If you look at the oil and gas industry, there's tremendous potential to reduce footprint emissions, fuel savings, safety features. So the more the industry is looking into the opportunities around these energy storage systems, the more we'll see these numbers go up as well. So this is a huge challenge for us. Of course, we are the biggest player in the market already. So to be able to meet this kind of demand, we have to really get to work on building up our capacity. So that also involves the US. If you look at some of the key markets we're in, I've just put some bullets here on kind of the key ones. So if you start, all the US ports at the moment is going through an electrification process. So that means tugboats, it means cranes for the container terminals, it means charging stations for all the ships coming in. So at least they can run zero emission while they're in port. So a lot happening there in all the ports. Passenger vessels and car ferries, it's a big market. Washington State's a good example. It's taking some time, but they are ambitious plans now. So we're hoping that finally there will be a huge transition. We delivered 3 vessels upgrades to San Francisco for the Alcatraz cruises. So if you're ever on those sightseeing boats, they have our batteries. There's a lot of exciting things happening in the fast ferry industry. So commuter traffic, offloading in the various cities, both in Canada and the US. And then also for the big ships. Big ships is challenged because batteries need to be charged. You don't really produce any energy. But we see there, first of all, these kind of zero emissions zones coming more and more into play. In Norway already, you cannot enter some of the fjords without having a zero emission option. So that's going to come. You see it in the big cities. They're not going to be able to run on their heavy fuel while they're in port. So that's going to come. So those bigger ships will be more hybrid types. Offshore wind is a huge booming industry in the world. In the US, it's a little bit behind, but we're starting to see now developments both on East Coast and here on the West Coast. This means huge infrastructure challenges. So this is not our technology holding it back. It's more the capability to build the structures, transmit the energy, etc. So those are the big challenges there. And then, as I mentioned, oil and gas is, you could say, it's what we're trying to get away from, but there's no way around it. Oil and gas is still going to play a significant role in the energy market also in the next few decades. But there's a lot we can do to minimize the carbon footprint there. And we are happy, 2 of the owners of Corvus is actually Shell and Equinor. And working with these oil majors is really important because it's for small shipping companies it's difficult to make these changes without incentives. So having the oil majors really make that push makes a huge difference. A little bit about IRA. It's a hot topic at the summit this year. I don't expect you to read all this, but it is very complicated. One thing is understanding exactly the availability of funding that is out there. But another thing, and maybe even more difficult, is how to really attack it and address it and talk to the right people to get involved in these funding programs. So very simply put, for us, there is 2 parts to this. So the first part we're already tapping into with the factory that we have set up in Bellingham, Washington. That is the incentives on production. So for every battery module we produce, we get a tax credit of $10. So that's significant. We also have been able to establish a Buy America clause for our products. So even though a large part of the components to our batteries come from other places, so even from China, and there are tariffs on that, by having this Buy America compliance, as soon as these modules are produced in the US, they are labeled as 100% made in the US or US compliant, which also opens up opportunities for grants and funding in certain projects. Then the next category is really the big one, and that is more the advanced energy project tax credit. So that's for the big investments. So when we are now planning our next investments, this is where we will go. Department of Energy has a lot of money available dedicated to this part of the industry, so $10 billion in fact. This takes a long time. There's a lot of paperwork and grant applications, etc. But this is what we are now looking at. And the IRA, and just to give you guys an idea, it's so attractive to our industry that we have actually put on hold investments that we had planned in Europe and even in Asia, because we now need to really understand what we can do here in the US. So it's not unlikely that we will build a mega factory in the next few years that will actually support markets outside of North America. So just to give you an idea what our factories look like, of our cost of our products, the labor component is only a few %, which means that our production is more or less fully automated. You can see there a picture of our factory in Norway, the most modern factory we have. It's run by little robots. There's actually 2 people running that factory on the floor, and otherwise everything is automated. So it's not, we will create jobs, but we're not talking about hundreds of jobs. It's more into the technology, the service, the engineering, etc. That's where the job creation will be. So we're now looking for states that are willing to invest in our industry, in addition to the IRA federal funding. And we hope to have the next factories up and running by 2026. That's kind of our target. Yeah, I think time is up, but just to go quickly into this. So just for the industry as a whole, these are kind of summarizing some of the key challenges that we see. So infrastructure investments is a big one. To do this electrification, you need to look at your grid infrastructure, which is a huge challenge in the US, large parts. You need to look at the capability to build things locally. Because of the Jones Act, you have to build US trafficked vessels in the US, and there's not currently a sufficient shipyard capacity or capability to do that, so we need to see more investments there. To get some of these cost savings, we need a lot more investments in supply chain. So those are things that we are hoping for. Federal incentives, there you could, we've learned a lot from Norway. If the federal government don't set targets and give incentives, it's very hard for the industry that is not very cash rich or profit making to make these changes on their own. So we need the federal government to create those incentives and set those targets. A lot of these regulations are not mature. They're constantly evolving, and the bureaucracy is immense to get these changes. So again, that's the reason why we have invested so much in different capabilities from the industry to actually influence the regulators, the classification societies, etc. So we need to see a speed up of regulations and adapting to the new world. And then technology. That's another challenge for us, is that the technology is constantly changing. So what we have done, the products that we have made it such that it's very easy to adapt new technologies. So for battery, the cell technology is really the key. So what we have now are products where we can change the cell technology without actually changing the product overall. So that gives us a very fast ramp-up situation. We need to get more recycling sites set up in the US. That will allow us to bring these batteries and the materials back into our supply chain, which is critical. There's going to be a shortage of lithium and cobalt and all those metals very soon. So we need to get that full circle going. Okay, I was running a bit over, so I think I'll end there. So thank you for your attention.
Please welcome Jakob Lidberg, founder and CEO of Sinus.
I don't know. Working? 1, 2, testing. Works. Thanks, and thanks for allowing us to be here today in this fantastic building. Actually, before I became a chemical engineer, I had my plans and I set on to be an architect. I did the exam, but I lacked the skill to be enlisted into the program. So I ended up starting the technical university in Lund and graduated as a chemical engineer. And I've been doing that ever since. We're going to talk about fertilizers today. I don't know if I can get the first one. There you go. And our company called Sinus Fertilizer. And Sinus Fertilizer was built on an idea first to utilize waste material generated from the pulp mills. And that was actually by accident that I stumbled upon that this was wasted in large quantities into the oceans, and we tried to come up with an idea to utilize it and increase the value of this waste material into something new. And then along came the battery industry and changed the whole picture, and we actually started to working with Northvolt. They had the same emission problems as the pulp mill had, and then we signed an agreement with them to utilize their byproduct or waste material, you could call it generated. So what we do, the whole idea of the company is to take this byproduct generated out from the plant up in Skellefteå, and we upcycle it and produce a green fertilizer called potassium sulfate. So that's our main product. While doing that, with a new way of thinking, a new process that sits in a fossil-free context rather than the fossil-based ones today. The whole fertilizer industry is based on continued use of fossil fuels. We managed to reduce the energy consumption for producing the fertilizer by more than 50%. We can do it cheaper. We have more than 20% lower production cost, and we bring a green product on parity with the price in the market. So there's no reason for customers to switch, or not to switch. So what is fertilizers? When we talk about fertilizer, we talk about three nutrients, basically, things that plants need to grow and grow well. And that's nitrogen, first one. That's 60% of the whole market, basically. Phosphorus, 20%, and then the rest, potassium. So those are the three main nutrients plants need to grow big and strong and well. And then there is a host of other nutrients as well, called secondary nutrients and so on. But we need to apply the mineral fertilizers when we harvest the crops, because we remove nutrients from the soil. And then that's where mineral fertilizers come in to bring back the levels of nutrients into the soil. So, looking at the potassium market, where we act, Sinus, total market today is dominated by a substance called a salt, called potassium chloride. It's naturally occurring. You don't need to produce it. It exists in big salt deposits. Largest producer is Canada. 35% of the world production, I think, is from Canada. But the downside with utilizing potassium chloride as a fertilizer, potassium source, is that it contains chlorides. So the same amount of potassium you add, you also add chlorides. And no plants really need chlorides to grow. And actually, if you add too much chlorides and you have less rainfall, you end up with a salt problem in the soil, actually, an increased salinity index. So for higher value crops like vegetables, fruits, nuts, tomatoes, you switch potassium source and utilize potassium sulfate instead. And potassium sulfate is not naturally occurring. You need to produce it in order to apply it to the plants. So what's driving the SOP market? Why is it interesting for us to enter it, besides bringing a green and fossil-free product on the market, is that it grows with the population. Fertilizer market, typically you say it grows to 1.52% with the increased world population. Secondly, as the world gets richer and GDP per capita increase, people get more money and they tend to spend it on more high value crops. So you see change of spending habits, or actually on what you buy. And that's also driving the need for potassium sulfate. And third, I think we touched upon it before, is that 25% of all the total emissions come from the agricultural industry, and that's where we want to be a part driving change, how you produce and derive new fertilizers. A little bit technical slide, a lot of information. It's just to illustrate to the my right-hand side how the industry is working today. Typically, chemical industry, where this production happens, is based on abundant supply of fossil fuels and no care about the environment, basically. But so a lot of the processes out there are what we call hot processes. They need fossil fuels to drive high reaction temperatures, and they also rely on fossil fuels for supply of raw material into them. So the SOP market today is supplied more than 50%. The dominating process is actually a process that one sits in a fossil-based context. I mean, it's connected to upstream to the oil refineries where they desulfurize oil and gas. Byproducts go into the production of SOP, and then downstream they are locked into a further downstream processing of their byproducts. So it's very hard to change these systems, but we want to try. And our first production facility, actually up in the north of Sweden, will be based on, to the left-hand side, which is a fossil-free, it sits in a fossil-free context. We also rely on the same input material, the low-grade potassium chloride salt that's available abundantly in the world, 70 million ton market, I think it is. But you rely on that to upgrade it to SOP, and instead of using byproducts from oil refineries, we utilize byproducts from new emerging industries, such as EV battery, pecan producers, where large quantities of sodium sulfate is generated from the production of the pecan material. We mix that in a reaction temperature at 25 degrees instead of 700. We create the same product, exactly chemically the same, SOP, and as a byproduct we generate natural table salt. So those are the two products we get from the process. And with this, we utilize less than 50% of the energy that goes into the fossil-based process. We can do it at 20% lower production cost, and it's almost 100% carbon-free product. And as Henrik talked about before, how did we succeed to finance our first plant? Because Sinus went on the Swedish stock market last year in October. And we also rely on offtake agreements. So we actually sold 100% of our production from our first two production plants already to a large fertilizer distributor. So that's securing the growth of the company going forward for the first two plants, the revenue stream from that. And then for our plant number 2, 3, and 4, we're currently under an LOI with one of the largest fertilizer producers, a German company called K+S, that actually has one of the largest production facilities on this side of the pond in Canada, in Bethune, producing potassium chloride. And that's the offtake. We secure that, first of all, to get the sales secured under an offtake agreement, but also we rely on supply of the byproduct sodium sulfate. So on the offtake side, we have signed a 10 plus 5 year agreement for 100% of the production from the first two plants. And on the supply side, for the byproduct that we need as a raw material, we signed an equal long contract, which is actually 10 plus 10 years with Northvolt, for them to supply us with the byproduct sodium sulfate that they generate from their production. And besides Northvolt, we work with other companies such as BASF, K+S, of course, and then the pulp industry in Sweden, SCA and Domsjö. Myself, I have a background. I used to work a lot with the whole pulp industry in Sweden with environmental projects before I founded Sinus. But we needed to attract investors, and they are scared of risk. So we had to explain them that this is a low-risk project. It's actually the technology is proven. There's nothing new there. So, and what about market risk? Okay, we covered that with the offtake agreement. So we secured the sales of our product. But what happens if the prices go up or down? They said, yeah, but looking at this market, it's actually a very robust and financial case, which made it easier for them to invest. And that is because we actually live on a premium generated when we upgrade the KCl to SOP. And that's a premium that's been stable if you look back over the past, as long as we have data. Even so, when the prices are high, the premium remains the same, and when the prices go down, the premium remains the same. So for us to make a profit in a high price market or a low price market is the same. First plant, as I mentioned, we had a groundbreaking ceremony in February, 2 days before my birthday, on the 15th. So almost hit it. Fantastic day, actually. So we're project is rolling now, and we're set on a tight time plan. But the goal is to finish, have the production start running in Q1 next year. So why are we here? We have a future plans. We think, of course, we have to start to look on this side of the Atlantic as well. It's perfect, actually, if you think about what we're doing in this area, because you have access to ports, which is important for us. KCl material, one of the raw materials, also a lot of new industries being built and so on, and access to stable and green electricity, which we need to run the plant. So there are a lot of good criteria we see here, and that's why we believe we have to start to look for the future, where to base our next projects. So Sinus, strong ESG profile. We address quite many of them, the global climate targets. Of course, it's the idea in the beginning was not to waste. We heard the phrase. I used to talk about no time to waste, because we don't have any time. So we want to reduce the pollution in the oceans, upcycle material, and produce green products, and do that in a fossil-free context. So to summarize everything, Sinus is about, it relies on a solid foundation of a technology with no risk, because it is proven already. We have off-take and intake agreements already in place. We have a future growth plan comprising of 6 production plants. We solve circularity problems for EV battery producers, pulp industry, new emerging industries we see where these byproducts are generated. So we help them with establishing, getting their environmental permits and so on. And we actually bring green products with 100% lower carbon footprint almost. And we do it with, as I said in the beginning, less than 50% of the energy consumption compared to today's production. And for the financial investors as well, we can attract them by having a 20% cheaper product. So thank you, everybody. That's my final picture. Thanks.
Welcome to the stage the panel for Scaling Symbiosis, Nordic U.S. Knowledge Transfer and the U.S. Opportunity for Nordic Companies. Moderator Reese Roth, Washington State Representative Beth Dolio, Robert Duff, Jakob Lidberg, and joining remotely, Lisbeth Branders.
we wire? Oh, I think we're on. Hi, folks. This is very exciting. We have a powerhouse panel here. I won't speak long. My name is Reese Roth. I'm Executive Director at the Center for Sustainable Infrastructure. And welcome to this panel on scaling symbiosis. And by what we mean by symbiosis is really, specifically, industrial symbiosis, which is a Nordic export, a concept really coming out of Denmark that is taking root and catching fire in Washington State and in many places around the world. So it's a wonderful Nordic export, and it's a key link in the clean industry supply chain, in the green industry revolution that Henrik spoke to, and that's very exciting. There's a dirty little secret in that, so you got to not tell other people about this, but when we look at the climate footprint of Washingtonians, nearly clean industry, climate-friendly industry, and how do we begin to become really a hotbed of innovation in the clean industry revolution? So industrial symbiosis is one of the key strategies for that, and I'm very excited. We have three people that know a lot about how that knowledge transfer is moving from to watch accelerate this clean industry transformation. So I think we're going to start with Lisbeth Randers. She's the head of secretariat for the Kalundborg Symbiosis, which was the originator 50 years ago of this concept of industrial symbiosis. And under her leadership, it continues to thrive and grow and be a true inspiration for us in Washington State and around the world. So Lisbeth, you're such a wonderful partner to us in the Pacific Northwest, and it's a delight to have you here.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Reese. I'm really pleased to have this invitation to be a part of the Nordic Summit. I'm just trying to move my slides. Yeah. As you said, my name is Lisbeth Randers. I'm head of secretariat in Kalundborg Symbiosis. I've been working with the symbiosis in Kalundborg for a number of years now, and seen it grown both in terms of members, but also in the number of streams being exchanged between the companies. As I said, I'm very honored to be invited to be a part of this conference. I would have loved to be there in person, but I had a family event this weekend, sort of forcing me to stay home and stay focused. My son was getting married at a fairy tale wedding in Copenhagen, so I didn't want to miss out on that. But I got so much inspiration from the event that I'll keep telling you the fairy tale story of how we work together in Kalundborg. Reese already mentioned that we're talking about industrial symbiosis in an industrial setup where we kind of close the loop so that we see a residue from one company as a resources in another company. That benefits both the competitiveness of the companies, but also lower the environmental impact from producing a different kind of goods. And we see industrial symbiosis as a local partnership where we should secure resources within the community so that water, energy, and materials are being shared and used as much as we can possibly think of. This is the diagram that shows how many streams are being shared between the companies in Kalundborg today. We just updated the company, and this is the third time I'm showing it to anybody. And I'm really proud since we added 10 new streams to the diagram since last year. Some of the streams are due to the fact that we have opened more facilities, more plants in the Kalundborg area, and they have immediately been a part of the symbiosis and the local network in Kalundborg. But also due to the fact that we've been doing some screenings and uncovering some of the existing streams in the companies that we didn't really know, or we knew them, but they were just never added to the diagram. And so we are fully updated by now. And let me just give you one example on how the circular economy works. We have down here in the bottom a company called Meliora Bio. They just opened half a year ago, producing second generation of bioethanol, and they produce that from local wheat straw from farmers in the area. From their production, a waste fraction or a residue is generated, something called the hemicelluloses, which is the soft part of the wheat straw that is actually good for your digestion if it's fermented. And they, Meliora matched up with this Canadian startup company called Comet, and they can now produce a food ingredient from the waste fraction from the bioethanol production. I think this is a perfect example of how a kind of a small symbiosis is embedded in this ecosystem, and we are not done at all by screening and thinking of other ways how more fractions from those two companies can be integrated in the existing ecosystem of Kalundborg symbiosis. So indeed, having an ecosystem that allows resources to be shared between companies is a true value proposition, not only for the companies already in the area, but also to newcomers like Comet, the Canadian company, opening their facility just a couple of weeks ago shows. This is the map of Kalundborg, and as you can see, it's a small town city where industry and private houses are integrated in the local area to a high extent. We also have beautiful nature and farmland surrounding the industry. We have different kinds of companies in the area, but biotech is a significant one, both covering the farmer industry, but also other branches of biotech, like the production of industrial enzymes and prebiotics, and other large branch or industrial area among our members is energy production, covering the production of steam, but also bioethanol and natural gas, as well as different kind of oil products. As a very important part of the Kalundborg symbiosis are the public partners like the municipality, the utility, and the waste handling company, since they are sort of doing the overall planning of the area and also securing the interest of the people, of the citizens of the area, so that everything is balanced in the right way. And we say that the key drivers behind the symbiosis in Kalundborg existing for more than 50 years is the proximity that we see, the closeness between the companies in the area, but also the amount of trust that is a kind of a DNA in a Danish community, but also built in relations between the companies over a long period of time. I just wanted to say a little bit about how we also try to inspire others to take the mindset from Kalundborg and to embed it in other industrial clusters around the world. And this is this is the project that Rees referred to, financed by the Danish Energy Agency, and with a number of different stakeholders in the Washington and the Oregon area. We try to connect them to Danish experts within energy optimization, and to sort of teach them how we facilitate a cluster organization and how we apply the tools that have been developed over the years. We have just finished an online symbiosis training course with different sessions where experts introduced tools and ways of facilitating. And in a couple of weeks, we're seeing all the partners in Kalundborg to show them real life and to do more exercise, more training, site visits, and so forth. I just wanted to show you a screen print of one of the online sessions where we had, I think this was from the first time, where no less than 60 persons participated, both from the US, but also inviting the associated partner from Brazil, from Rio de Janeiro. And I even think that we had some partners from Mexico also joining. So we are trying to form a transatlantic symbiosis network where we can inspire each other and bring the expertise from Danish consultancy companies and sub-suppliers to inspire people to do what we've been doing in Kalundborg for so many years. So basically, this was my fairy tale story of Kalundborg, and I'm looking forward to join the panel and to continue the discussion with you.
Wonderful, Lisbeth. Bravo. And we've been benefiting so many from Kalundborg and from Denmark broadly around industrial symbiosis in the Pacific Northwest and now elsewhere. Representative Beth Dolio, I've known for quite a while, and I can tell you, maybe not all politicians are admirable, but Representative Dolio has vision, she has tenacity, and she has deep integrity. I can wonderful elected official and representative, and I'd like you to share some reflections on this knowledge exchange.
Thank you. I'm glad you consider me to have integrity.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that lovely introduction, and I'm really excited to be here today. I had the privilege of joining a bipartisan delegation that went to Denmark and went to Kalundborg and got to see this up close and impersonal. And personal, right? Like how it really works, look at having folks from each of the companies that are collaborating and creating that cluster. We got to ask lots of questions and see it up close and personal. So that was a really great experience. First of all, it is a bipartisan delegation that has been going over for several years to Denmark to look at a variety of different solutions to the challenges that we face in today's age. And I was a fairly new legislator at the time and hadn't had a whole lot of, I guess, bipartisan work that was so intimate, really. We spent, a week with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And as I've grown as a legislator and now chair the Environment Committee in the House, I think what really makes a legislator do good things is to find those places where you can come together, where there's agreement across the aisle and you can actually move things forward. And I think that industrial symbiosis is exactly that. I mean, really, what's not to like about taking the waste product of a company that you'd have to pay for to dispose of and instead use that, monetize it, move it on to another company who uses it to do something else that's good with it, and then, it just keeps going along and creates this circular economy. Like, what's not to like about that, right? And so when we were there in Kalundborg, people were like, wow, across the aisle, there was really no disagreement from the colleagues that were there on the delegation with me that this was a really exciting thing that we wanted to bring home, and we wanted to actually make something happen in Washington State with this concept. So in 2018, there was a study that the legislature funded to look at how we could actually advance the idea around industrial symbiosis in Washington State. And there was also a small, I think $100,000 that went to a project in Raymond that was doing some sort of symbiosis that maybe Rob could talk a little bit when he presents. And then in 2020, I worked with Senator Sharon Brown, who lives in the Tri-Cities, where a lot of really exciting work is going on today around industrial symbiosis, and also just like lots of clean energy work there. And she and I co-sponsored, she prime sponsored a bill in the Senate, and I prime sponsored a companion to that in the House. And together we moved that piece of legislation. It ultimately ended up being her bill that recognizes industrial symbiosis as a means to reduce energy and to also reduce greenhouse gas emission reductions, and incentivizes that through the State Department of Commerce, and created a program to get dollars out to companies who wanted to invest and look at how they could create a circular economy. Unfortunately, that bill was vetoed because it was on the beginnings of COVID. But all did not go wrong with funding and the budget and all of that things, because of course, you know, the federal that very challenging time, and the bill did pass in 2021. And Rob Duff actually became the project manager for the program that was created from that bill. Now in 2022, there was also a study funded, the results of which are forthcoming soon, yes? That is Washington State University is a study on how to scale this up specifically in the agriculture industry. As you know, Washington State has a very thriving agriculture industry, and we want to look at how industrial symbiosis can be of assistance in that arena as well. And so we come to today, 2023, and it's exciting. They pulled together folks from the delegations that have previously been to Denmark. 13 Democrats, 13 Republicans have actually gone to Denmark and been a part of these delegations. We pulled that together and had some folks, and I have to say, it was really, we sat together and sort of shared what was going on in our communities in this space, and Rob updated folks on what was going on in terms of who was being funded, and it was palpable, the energy in that room coming specifically from the Republicans about, which, you know, it's sort of hard to find that common ground around how we actually move greenhouse gas emission reductions forward. But in this space, there was so much energy in that room, so much energy that I decided to do a whole work session, devote a whole work session to industrial symbiosis and what's going on in our state, and providing that to all of the committee members on the Energy Committee. It was a really great session. It's on TVW if you want to go back and look at it. Super interesting to see some of the really great things in more detail than what Rob is going to now talk to you a little bit about.
Thank you, Representative Dolio. And the program that Representative Dolio and her colleagues in the legislature set up, the Industrial Symbiosis Program, is housed at the Washington State Department of Commerce, and it is led by Robert Duff, who's the Green Business Development Director, something to that effect. Yeah, so tell us about that program.
Okay, I do have some slides. I don't know if they're going to come up. There we go.
All right.
I'm going to jump right into it, maybe. Not advancing.
Point it over that way? Okay.
There you go. Good. Well, you all know about the circular economy. This is a great graphic from one of our other programs called Next Cycle. I'm not going to spend much time on it. We're getting away from take, make, dispose to the true circularity in our economy. Industrial symbiosis is a great example of that. We'll move right into the general categories that we're excited about in Washington State. Anaerobic digesters are happening all over the place. We took a lead role with our Clean Energy Fund. One of the governor's early victories in his first term is put on the table almost $200 million in the past decade. One of those programs that came out of the Clean Energy Fund is anaerobic digesters for our dairies, and we now have a major dairy that's creating RNG from dairy waste and putting it straight into one of our natural gas pipelines. I'm going to talk about biochar at some length, so I'm not going to go into that. Waste heat capture, we've heard a little bit about that at this conference. We're really excited about it. We're seeing a little bit of progress here in Washington State, and we want to see more. And sustainable aviation fuels, I can't emphasize enough. Me and my colleagues talk about this all the time. We have door knocks from all sorts of companies about sustainable aviation fuel, and we just passed Senate Bill 5447 that provides similar tax incentives and credits that you probably all know about in the Inflation Reduction Act. So something to help all of those door knocks turn into actual companies making sustainable aviation fuel right here. So let's get into our first round of funding that through the excitement generated from these trips that Reese and Representative Dolio just talked about to Denmark and Kalundborg, it really spurred the legislature through that excitement, bipartisan, to pass legislation that made this program available. And this first, I have these paired here. We had 4 projects. Inland Empire Paper is a 100-year-old paper company in Spokane, Washington. Qualterra is a brand new biochar company. And together, they're actually creating a fertilizer that has shown progress with tree fruit, apples, wheat, and now most recently hops. Inland Empire Paper is moved towards sustainability and how they bring in their wood, how they process their wood pulp, where they source their wood pulp, and the energy that they use. But they've had this problem with fly ash. Not all of their fly ash can go into concrete. They have a lot of it. So they've been doing research with Qualterra, mixing it with biochar that's created from either ag waste or forest slash or pulp mill waste, mixing it together to get these increases in crop yields through good research from our growers, our farmers, and Washington State University. And that fly ash, the challenge for Inland Empire Paper is to create that ash into a prilled form so that the farmers don't have to buy another $200,000 piece of equipment. What they're going to do is make it into a form that can go straight into the seed drill, and the biochar, the fly ash, and the seed can all go into the soil at the same time. And what the fly ash does is deacidify the soil, which is a major problem in a very fertile area of eastern Washington known as the Palouse. And so that's a great combination of 2 companies that we're helping out, also helping our growers and our agricultural industry. Oop. Backwards, sorry. Back. Okay. And then 2 more, another biochar company. The first one I talked about with Qualterra is putting mobile units actually on farms. So farmers can purchase this. So after they harvest their crops, the crop stubble can go straight into the unit and then they can reapply. So you get over that barrier of transportation, which is a big one. Minocarbon, which recently won a Clean and Prosperous award for their work here, is locating in a biomass to energy plant where all the biomass is already there. So they're centralized, but they're not paying for the shipment of the forest biomass. So they're turning it into farmers. And then finally, a more on-the-ground process is Impact Bioenergy. Is a very localized company that has a biodigester that's sending biogas to a nearby organic farm to get them off of natural gas, piping the heat back in to dry their digestate, which is the resulting material that's very nutrient rich in a digester, and then giving it back to local farms. So again, no transportation. And another really interesting thing from Minocarbon is that they're not only capturing the biogas for process heat, sequestering carbon in the biochar and giving it to farmers, but they're also capturing the CO2 and scrubbing it with basalt. We're a basalt-rich state here. The idea is that maybe we can create a liming agent without having to dig lime out of the ground. And so that's research is being done by our Pacific Northwest National Labs and is very much on the research oriented. I just want to briefly mention that as we look at industrial symbiosis, we also are running programs that actually seek to put money on the ground for communities that don't often get to play. These are very localized grants. We like to call them not the usual suspects. These are small businesses that don't have grant writers, that don't have a lot of resources, that can get to easily applied for money. And we've just started this program. We have 27 what we call seed grants to go with an accelerator. These are communities that need this money and actually can put the money on the ground locally so that we all get to play in the circular economy. And then just a quick mention on other things in green infrastructure that we would love to get support from our neighbors in Northern Europe. Waste heat capture, I've already mentioned. Data centers has been mentioned. We have data centers in Washington State. We would love to capture that heat that's going out into the atmosphere. Mass timber, this is the larger term for all of the residual wood waste from mills, pulp mills, or forest slash. And then reclaimed building materials. Let's not just bash our houses apart and just capture the nice wood. Let's deconstruct our homes and our buildings and actually capture most of that. And then finally, I'll talk about another bill that the governor might mention, is to smooth the path for siting clean energy. And one of the exciting projects we hope to steal from California, you see from India, is solar panels over irrigation canals. We have a lot of irrigation canals in eastern Washington. We have a very vibrant agricultural industry. You can put solar panels over irrigation canals and actually save water, decrease evaporation, and generate power. So that's one of the exciting things we just talked about on Monday with our partners in California. And I think I am almost done. I gotta reach. Maybe I gotta stand up here. There we go. And then finally, this is, I just have to mention this fledgling, but we need a central location for people to know where these materials are. This is like a Craigslist or an eBay, if you will, the Washington Materials Marketplace. It's just starting. We need to promote this so that it's based on transactions, so that it gets funded by the transactional fee that you would get. It's just getting started. We hope to duplicate the success of online business with something like the Washington Materials Marketplace. And that's it. I hope I stayed within my 5 minutes there.
Fantastic, Rob. Thank
you. All right, sure.
So there's all kinds of all kinds of clean industry innovation being unleashed, in part because of this knowledge transfer and connection between Nordic countries, in this case specifically Denmark, and the Pacific Northwest. I got to just shout out to the Scan Design Foundation, which has helped fund legislators and others to tour in Denmark and made all this knowledge exchange possible. So thank you, Scan Design Foundation. It couldn't be happening without you. And so Carrie and Jacob are now going to reflect on opportunities for Nordic countries in the U.S. to help accelerate and build on this incredible innovation that's being unleashed. So Carrie Song, you are the VP for Sales for Renewable Road Transportation for Neste, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Carrie Song with Neste US. So let's just get the slides up and running if you have it. You have it? Okay. So Neste is the world's largest producer for renewable fuel and also sustainable aviation fuel, right? But Neste, it wasn't born as a leader in this industry. So the company started just as a regular regional oil refiner 75 years ago. But about 15 years ago, the company made a transformation to start focusing on a renewable industry, to really focus on creating a healthier planet for our children. So today we are the biggest and also have refineries in 3 different continents. So our business, the beauty for our business is that we are leveraging the carbons that's already existing in the atmosphere, and then we collect, recycle them, and then going through our refining process, and then give them a second life, and then fuel our economy, and then give the convenience for our lives. And which is different from the fossil fuel that you introduce new carbon from under the ground, and then this is the fossil fuel. We have 3 different businesses, right? SAF, 80% of the reduction on GHG emission. And then Neste RE, Neste Re, that's innovation driving ingredients coming from pure renewable sources and introduced into the plastic industry. We're also pioneering into collecting really hard to recycle plastic and then convert them into essential ingredients and then introduce them into the sustainable plastic industry production. And then renewable fuel, right? Renewable fuel brings 75% of the life cycle reduction throughout the product cycle. And that is really critical. And again, when we look into our solutions, it is really something that has already been proven, and then as a drop-in today's solutions. We are able to leverage all the existing infrastructures, refineries, and storage tankage, and then to introduce them as part of the solution. We have a refinery in California, basically convert from a traditional oil refinery into a renewable fuel refinery. And then we work with Kinder Morgan and then convert their traditional tankage into renewable raw material storage hub in Louisiana. We also leverage the existing Colonial Pipeline transport our SAF into all the way to New York LaGuardia Airport. So again, we are leveraging all the existing infrastructure to really deliver our mission here. So many people look at this as garbages, right? So in our eyes, they are really treasures. So they're used cooking oils, waste animal fat, technical corn oil. So here I present you a sample of the key ingredients, or we call raw materials, that we use to refine into renewable fuels. So we have about more than 10 different types of renewable sources that we collect from different businesses, from restaurants around the globe, and then we bring them into our refineries across 3 different continents, and then develop them into the renewable fuels, into the SAF or renewable diesel. And as a journey of, we continue expanding the existing pool of the raw materials from basically from the collection of the garbages, we are also looking into really driving the innovation. So in the future, it is really exciting to see that we potentially could be able to produce renewable diesel from algae, from even power to liquid, right? So our expectation to really drive the GHG reduction is only going to go even faster, bolder. So look at this, right? Transportation is really the #1 contributor to the carbon footprint on our planet. And 26% of that is coming from the medium and heavy-duty trucks. But at the same time, they're so essential for our businesses and economics. So how can we really support those hard-to-abate sectors and then make their operation more sustainable? So here, renewable fuel and sustainable aviation fuel, those are some of the really good viable solutions, and that they are available today at scale. Another key point I want to bring from here, this slide, is that there is not a silver bullet for any single solution here, right? So one solution good for a certain application may not be the most optimal solution for some other applications. So that is why we always promote the diversity of the solutions that are needed in this mission together. And we always promote that to our policymakers, the importance to embrace all solutions needed in this mission together. So when we look at our journey here, our strategy is faster, bolder, and together. Faster, what we mean is that there's really no time to waste, right? The climate change is happening today. So we really want to bring the solutions that we have already developed and fully proven to introduce it in an even faster scale by working with different partners together. Universities, research institute, government, public sectors, businesses, brand owners, you name it. We need all the value chain partners to work together. As a matter of fact, by really great coincidence, today we announced the partnership with our Petrocard, one of the most important partnership we introduced to the Pacific Northwest, a really great addition into our channel partner portfolio. So they will also work with us to continue bring the really great renewable solutions to businesses and cities here locally. And last but not least, that we truly believe running a business can be profitable, but at the same time can be sustainable, right? So we really have a high standard on sustainability. We simply choose not to do businesses with for companies that do not share the same vision of sustainability as what we have. And we really encourage everybody, we're all going to be working together really to drive the transition of having a low carbon future.
Oh my God, you all got to check out Carrie's bio when you get a chance. I've been involved in climate action for 25 years, and I can tell you 25 years ago, we didn't have many people with the level of talent and capability and energy enthusiasm for the green industry revolution that we're seeing now. Like to see Carrie leading in this movement on the industry side is just so exciting. So thank you. Jacob, you presented earlier. We're running out of time. I apologize. But any reflections on opportunities for Nordic companies in the U.S. or anything else as you heard this panel that you'd like to share?
Yeah, I think just a reflection. I think it's nice to see actually that we can help you in a way, because my experience is that often we have a general perception in Europe maybe or Sweden that most new things, new developments, new innovations, they all come from U.S. and then we bring them over and then we build on that. So I think it's nice to see that we can turn it around a little bit and help you out as well, if that's the case.
We're grateful.
And actually with the symbiosis, I think Sinus is a good example of it. And I actually use the term myself called industrial collaboration, because I think to be successful, I think it's important for each party to focus on what they are good at and help each other out instead. So just
industrial collaboration.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great. Well, we just have a minute and a half. A question. Let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Number one, thank you. That was an impressive array of information. So I learned something today.
Good.
Very much. Yeah. And then a little comment and then a question for the chemist.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you want a chemistry question or a business question.
That's okay. We'll see.
This is very exciting. I look like I'm always excited, but no, this is very exciting. So, 1,000 years ago, the Nordics had a lot of innovations. You may think of the long ships. You may think of women's rights and marriage and property rights. You may think of, St. Olaf or something like that. So it's really kind of cool to see 1,000 years hence that perhaps we will write again.
And boom it out with your Viking voice, just in case. Since, yeah.
So, would you like a chemistry question or would you like a business question?
Up to you. I'll see if I can answer. Go with the chemistry question. Okay.
Sounds good. Okay, so I'll bring the business too. So you're pulling out chlorine. Can you use this for desalination of seawater to go from seawater to groundwater to drinking water?
And can you repeat the question just in case folks didn't hear it?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't, the question was if we can utilize, you mean that our technology to
you're pulling out
for desalination? Desalination, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think we can. It's a different chemistry. This, what we rely on is actually natural chemistry. It's called the salting out effect. So if you have two concentrated brine solutions that are clear and all the ions have been dissolved in the liquids, but you mix them and then you have a new new formula, a new substance, which is in our case potassium sulfate, that solidifies, and then you can separate it out. And that's just how nature designed that, and we rely on that. So,
thank you very much. Okay, and thank you all for your attention. I think we go to a break now, and will you join me in thanking this incredible powerhouse panel? Yeah. Thank you, Elizabeth.
We will take a brief break, returning at 10:45. We will be resuming in just a couple minutes. If you own a Subaru, license plate BQZ0809, please move it immediately. We are beginning. Please find your seats.
Voice of God is? Test. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can encourage everyone to take your seat, we're going to be getting underway immediately. So if we're a little behind schedule, so if you could help us out by grabbing a chair, it'd be great. Thank you very much. And with that said, we have the chair of the Innovation Summit, Barry Steen. Bear.
Okay, welcome back. Was that for a good start to the morning? Enjoying it? Yeah? Got caffeinated? All good? All right. So for our second act this morning, we're going to start out with something that I've wanted to hear for a long time, actually. It's two dear friends of the museum and the community. Tula, who's been up here with me today, and then Stephen Elop, who has had an illustrious career here in the U.S. and in Canada, but who had the fortunate opportunity to spend some time in Finland. One thing that we always like to try to put into this as content is sort of a sideways view on what are the similarities, differences, learnings between the Pacific Northwest and the Nordic countries. So we thought Stephen would be a fantastic person to address that together with Tula. And then we are going to move straight on to another fantastic love brand, perhaps the most well-known of them all, Bang & Olufsen. The chair of Bang & Olufsen is here, Joar Christensen. He's going to talk about how products can last forever. I know my dad's Bang & Olufsen amplifier does. I think it's from like 1957 or thereabouts, still going strong. And then from Pippa Bootman, who will talk about how to get our kids more active and off of TikTok. And then finally, we will have a session with a whole group in Finland who is doing some really, really interesting work on data centers and how to make the data center business more sustainable. It's going on 5%. It's going to keep ticking up in terms of the total energy consumption on Earth, so very important. And then finally, to cap that off, our sponsor Nokia, Nishant Batra, is going to come and talk to us about how there can be no green without digital. So a packed session before lunch. Stephen, Tula, take it away.
Okay, let's check. We have the mics working. Check. Yes. Hello. Yes. Well, it is my great pleasure to share the stage this morning with Stephen Elop, who, like Birke said, has had a truly global career. He used to be my boss, and I think we're all excited to hear from Stephen. You know, he was born and raised in Canada, so there are a lot of good hockey conversations already.
Tonight, Seattle Kraken.
Yes. And then, you know, has worked in many countries, in multiple locations here in the U.S., in exciting places like Australia, but then, of course, Finland. And we're just really excited to have you here and share some of your learnings with us today. Welcome.
Thank you.
And then could you just start with your own words, talk a little bit about your career?
Happy to. Can everyone hear me okay? I'm not sure if my microphone works. It's okay? So, sort of okay, so maybe a microphone tune-up.
Maybe you just lift it a little higher as well. So just
check. No, I don't think it's
okay. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, I'll project loudly until another microphone comes this way. So my background very much is in technology. I trained as an engineer, just as my father and my grandfather were. And over the course of my career, where I've had the most fun and where I think I've had the most impact is during moments of great technology disruption. Those moments in the technology field where everything changed all of a sudden. So for example, some years ago, I worked at a company called...
They think it's working.
Do you think it's working now? Do you think it's working now? It's not working now?
You know, this one is working for sure, so let's just be flexible here. Oh, okay. Green button.
Okay.
Oh,
better?
now we're working.
Okay.
Yes.
You at the back.
Yes.
Working. Okay.
Yes.
I love technology. Moments of great technology disruption, as I was just beginning to say. So back in the day, I worked at a company called Macromedia, and we built tools for people who were just learning to build what we now know as web pages and web applications, Dreamweaver, Macromedia Flash, the very early days of the contemporary internet. And of course, I lived through the bursting of the internet bubble and that great moment of change. Another moment of technology disruption that I somewhat enjoyed at the time is I was a president at Microsoft, which is what brought me first here to Seattle, and I was responsible for the Office division, so Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and so forth. And during that time, it was the very first time we made available web-based versions of Microsoft Office. You could go on the web and actually use Microsoft Word. It was very controversial at the time, but if you fast forward to today, that whole advent of cloud computing has led to what we now know as Microsoft 365, Azure, cloud computing. It began with the decision to let people use productivity tools on the internet. Now, of course, Nokia represented a huge moment of technology disruption. The mobile industry had been around for some time, but there was a huge change going on. The introduction of the iPhone, the Android open source operating system, new form factors, and those types of things. It was a moment of great disruption that we'll talk about more in a second. And today I find myself involved in companies that are focused on applying machine learning and artificial intelligence to software development processes and a variety of other things. So for any of you watching the technology news and think about things like ChatGPT and everything else that's going on, once again, we're at a pivotal moment, and I'm enjoying participating in that aspect of technology.
So one of the things I think, because I've learned a lot from you, and one of the things I distinctly remember when you first joined Nokia was you started to talk about your leadership principles. And to me, I've shamelessly copied them because I think they are so universal and great that I have not found better. And I think the audience would really enjoy if you could share what those are.
Sure. So these are leadership principles I'm sure I stole from others and assembled and continue to evolve. But there are 5 of them in my mind. The first is to be absolutely open, honest, direct, and transparent in your communications, particularly with your employees, with your board. You tell the truth, you tell people the way it really is, you share the good news and the bad news. You absolutely do that. The second is to encourage everyone to vigorously engage in the debate. When you're having a tough moment, when you have to make a policy change or a technology decision or a strategy decision, get everyone involved in the debate and encourage that. Everyone has to participate. But at the same time, once a decision is made, you must support the outcome of that decision and stand behind it. You can't decide to work against it or be passive aggressive or say, I don't know what management was thinking. You're part of management. You've got to deal with that. The third is to always assume the best of intentions with people. So when you see something going on, when someone proposes a different direction or is heading in a different direction or doing something that maybe makes you wonder a little bit, start off with the assumption that they're doing it with the best of intentions and trying to help. And it removes so much animosity and so much upset from an organization to operate that way. Now, that being said, not everyone always operates with the best of intentions, so you have to deal with that as well, but start from that assumption of goodwill. The fourth is to recognize where the competition is, and most specifically, externally, compete vigorously. The competition is out there, but internally, particularly in a large organization, you must partner across the organization. You must build alliances across the organization so that you can get the best outcome. Too often, particularly in large organizations, you get the individual divisions competing with each other, forgetting that the competition is out there. And then the fifth principle is for everyone in the company, and certainly every member of management, to model these behaviors both inside the company and outside, to talk about them, to share them, to proselytize those behaviors. And when you see someone not following those behaviors, to call them out on it in the moment. Say, hold on, you're not operating with transparency. Let's be more transparent, or whatever the case may be. So those are the 5 principles, and yes, I find myself continuing to take advantage of them.
Yes. How would you say they worked in a Nordic or in a Finnish context?
So in the Nordic context, specifically in Finland, I think it's safe to say when we think about the Finnish culture, and we'll talk more about that, I'm sure, the element of directness is a key part of the culture. People want directness. And so with me arriving and being a relatively direct person, I was able to use that somewhat to my advantage, and it worked, I think, very well. In my first 90 days within Nokia, I sent out an email to all of the employees, and that was tens of thousands of people, and asked them to tell me what was working, what was not working, and what are you afraid I might miss in my first 90 days? And I got thousands of responses.
I know you'd be up 4 a.m. answering them.
I responded to them, but I also synthesized them, brought them together. And what you quickly learn, and I think this is a universal truth, is the employees of an organization, particularly when there are tough times, they know what the problems are. They're living them every day. They know long before management has figured anything out. Those people know what the problems are, and quite often they have the solutions as well. So you have to listen. So I think it's safe to say I developed quite a reputation for being open and transparent on these issues, because I took all of that information, synthesized it into a summary of our key problems, and stood up in front of tens of thousands of employees and shared exactly what everyone had told me. And I put it in their words and played it back to them, and all the heads are nodding. The result of that is we saw the engagement of employees, the participation in solving the problems absolutely soar, absolutely grow from that point. And so that was something that was really encouraging, and therefore from a cultural perspective, something else which was helpful. That level of directness, the leadership principle, identify 3 key behaviors that we thought were important to the future of the company. I think roughly 80% of the value of the company had been lost in the preceding 3 years before I arrived. And it was because of all of the disruption and everything going on. We had a Symbian operating system that was well past its best before date. We had a new effort that was not going well. We were blind to the United States. We'd lost our position in the United States. And as a result, we're not as sensitized as we perhaps could have been to the rise of iPhone and Android. And as Clay Christensen would describe innovators' dilemma, we were the kings on the decline, and we were being disrupted from below by Android, and we were being disrupted from on high by the iPhone. So urgency, and just we have to make decisions quickly. An important behavior was accountability. In a large organization, you can get a diffuse sense of who's accountable for anything. And so we had to become very clear on who was accountable for what things, who had decision rights, also we could move quickly. And then the third critical behavior we identified was, and this was a bit of a management code word, I acknowledge that it wasn't entirely transparent, but the word we used was empathy. We had to show more empathy. And it's a leaders for so long, we were not particularly humble at that point. And our customers were feeling that, employees were feeling that, and so we had to inject a and say, look, we're in trouble, we have problems, we are being disrupted, we have to listen to our customers, we have to work differently, and so forth. And all of those things led to a situation where we had Nokia moving together in a new, albeit very difficult direction, but we were able to accomplish some things.
And to be a little bit self-critical, that urgency, I think, was so important, because the Nordic is important to kind of ensure alignment, but it can be slow at times.
One of the things that actually developed as a technique, because it's a good point, leading to a consensus, which definitionally means everybody agrees, can be very difficult. And it is an important part of certainly the Finnish culture. One of the different. It meant I would encourage, for example, the leadership team, every single person to participate in all aspects of the decision making. So if we needed to have 37 meetings to figure something out difficult, everyone had to be there for every part of it. We made sure every person had a voice, but in the end, when a decision was made, it was seldom a complete consensus, therefore could support it. And that was the next best thing.
Right. Well, what surprised you about the Finns? I mean, those of you who follow music, and this is the Eurovision Song Contest week, I mean, that Finnish song is pretty surprising, and it's getting kind of global news. So you've not seen it, watch, go find it on YouTube. And the Sweden is the Finland-Sweden rivalry. But other than that, you became very ingrained in the Finnish culture. What surprised you about the Finns?
So whether it's the song or many other things, there are a number of characteristics of the Finnish culture which are taking care of all people, and there's a number of things, patterns, and I think the thing that should not have surprised me, because it was such a different culture from where I had been before, is the extent to which all of us, that, for example, the people of understand it. So, for example, I mean, 100 years old in its modern form. It's just finding itself relative to many other countries. It's a relatively small country, roughly 5.5 million people, which means if you drive around the Puget Sound area, maybe just a little bit on the other side of the Cascade Mountains, it's that many people. It's really, really small and young and so forth. Push back and find itself. And so what I came to appreciate about the Finnish culture is here's a relatively small number of people who have faced great adversity over the years to define themselves and emerge from this. And so is it any surprise that a level of grit and determination and collectivism, very small number of people having to work together to push back, up to the east and the west and all of that, is it any surprise that this concept of sisu, that we all know so well, but actually is so deeply embedded in the culture, is an important part of this? And I'll tell you, there was one moment where it really struck me. I had the good fortune of spending time with the then head of the Finnish times of national emergency. What you see in Finland, be it a war or pandemic or whatever, is groups or people, you all actually have to work together. And the efficiency that comes from that, combined with the sisu to get it done, means that Finland, it just punches above its weight. It's amazing. And because you can read about it, but as you come to understand it and from where it came, it really tells you a lot.
Well, let's move on then to kind of the theme of the summit here, which is sustainability. So, given, what you experienced and observed, what do you think, how do you see sustainability kind of showing up in the Nordics?
Well, first of all, I mean, by any measure, and that's part of what you're celebrating and investigating and talking about here in the summit, the Nordic countries are clearly the world leaders in sustainability. There's just no question when you look at any of the metrics and the policies that are in place, the progress that's been made over many years, the leadership is there. And I think it's a recognition, or perhaps a result of the recognition, that sustainability is so hard to even think about where do you begin. And so, I turn to someone like Desmond Tutu, who I think was the first person who said that if you want to eat an elephant, you have to do it one bite at a time. It's the only way to do it. And if you think about sustainability, you have to take one bite at the elephant, or maybe have a lot of people taking one bite at the elephant all together in a coordinated, efficient way to make incremental progress on many fronts over time. You need, and I think this is sort of the theme of this summit, you need a sustainable, ongoing approach to sustainability. you need government, you need industry, research, education, all working together in a collaborative, coordinated way across multiple fronts to really make that progress. You need grit and determination. And so when you think about what we were talking about in terms of certainly the Finnish culture and certainly the Nordics more broadly, that just determination to say, we're going to go and do this. You need the support of the population as well. You need that sense of, we need to do this for the well-being of everybody, because everyone's going to benefit. That is more naturally something you see in Finland. So when I think about the Nordics, continue to be made.
And it's of course easier when you are in a small country that is more homogeneous than, let's say, North America or United States. But nevertheless, what do you think the U.S. could learn from the Nordics when it comes to sustainability?
So let's start with, to answer that, let's start with the advantages a country like Finland has. The United States, there's challenges in every country, but it's less politically polarized. Has the ability to have government and corporations and so forth common purpose than you see in other countries. So you see all of these advantages that it has. Learn at the highest level little. And the reason for that, again, it goes back to that point about cultural roots and the origin story of various fundamentally different. One does not use the word collectivism and socialism in the United States. You use the word individualism. That's where it began. If you go right to the founding of the country, or even in the years before that, it began with that concept of individualism, and don't you tell me, don't tread on me, don't tell me what I can and can't do. So it's a very different culture. And if you just take, as another example, healthcare. There is no way on earth that the people of Finland would be happy if we airlifted the American healthcare system and dropped it on Finland. Right? Which is why would we believe, therefore, that the Finnish healthcare system could be airlifted or transposed into the United States and land successfully? It just simply could not. Now, we each have our opinion as to which is a better healthcare system, and I am Canadian, remember that. So we definitely have different points of view. And so what you have to look at in a situation like the United States and that foundation of individualism, along with many other factors, and obviously hundreds of years of success in its own right, is so how do you solve problems like this at the highest level in the United States? Well, the biggest issues you hope can be solved nationally. You hope the federal government and people working together can come together and solve some of the biggest problems. And sometimes that happens under certain circumstances. Right now, it's not happening as much as I think many people would like to see it happen. So what happens in the United States, because of its size, and yeah, we got lots of governments begin to make decisions. So right now, actually, if you look at the last 2 or 3 decades, the state of California has consistently set emission standards to improve sustainability in the state of California that have naturally become the standards for most of the United States because of the economics of how you make cars and things like that. But that state by itself set what has essentially become a national standard, and now the nation's going beyond that. So that's a good example. Now, equally, there are bad examples. It's not all states move in what I would consider to be the right direction. The state of Texas, just this week, is pursuing legislation in an effort to slow down renewable energy in the state of, so they're working on that side of it. So some states right side of history. We all know electrified with electric vehicles. Everything that goes on in the city of Seattle and the surrounding area. Absolutely yes. Come back in 5 years. Come back every year, please. But come back in 5 years, and it will likely be somewhere catching up to Oslo. So at the highest level, what can the United States learn from Finland? Very little, because of cultural differences. However, at the tactical level, in the details, there's so much to be learned. There was just fortuitous, and I don't know if the organizing committee planted this article in the New York Times on Tuesday of this week, but it was a national newspaper. Everyone read about Oslo and the electric vehicle situation in Oslo. And I get my gas at a company in Bellevue, just across the lake, called Circle K. That's where I get the gas for my automobile. And Circle K was featured in this article about Oslo, about what the future of gas stations looks like in Oslo. And there's a hint, there's no gas and Coke Zero and everything else you need at a gas station, but they are researching and learning what will work in the future. Can the United States learn from that? Well, I guarantee you that's the whole idea, and we will learn from that. But then on the other side, one of those unintended consequences, the air quality in Oslo has improved dramatically because nitrous oxide and other chemicals have been taken out. Asthma rates have plummeted, so we all have that certainly here in Seattle to look forward to. But now there's more microparticles of rubber in the air. Who would have thought? It's because of the extra weight of the electric automobiles on the roads, churning up more rubber, using tires faster. And so now we have another problem that science will, and engineers will go and solve. We'll figure it out, but it's a much better place. So can we learn at the tactical level? Yes. So at the end of the day, the arc of history is clear. We know where we're going with sustainability and what must happen. It will happen. We'll get there in different cultures, in different ways, but we can learn a lot from each other.
And to drive effective change, you need to understand the cultural context in which you're operating.
Absolutely. They're very different.
Yes. Well, thank you, Stephen. It was wonderful to have you here today and share your insights and learnings. And I'm really proud to be.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now welcome to the stage, Juha Christensen, Chair of Bang & Olufsen.
I'm going to start by putting some goodies behind the counter that I will show later. It's really a pleasure to be here. Subject of the conference is one that's very near and dear to my heart and to the work that we're doing at Bang & Olufsen. Bang & Olufsen, of course, has been around a long time, and it's probably one of the companies in Denmark with the longest history of sustainability. We were founded in 1925. We started out from the outset with a vision of building products with longevity built in. Luxurious products that many of us Danes have, some of our earliest memories are televisions and audio products that were in our grandparents' rooms. So from day one, both Mr. Bang and Mr. Olufsen really had the vision of creating products that would last for a long time, that in some ways were a little more like furniture than like electronics products. So we've been around for 97 years, and you'll see behind me here a number of the products we've done. We were actually in the permanent products. We're also at the permanent exhibit at this museum, so if you go upstairs, you'll see one of our record players that is actually, many people still have them in their homes. They still work 40 years on. So this is again an example of longevity. Fast forward to today, we're a very international company building global world. We have over 400 of our own stores. So we really have a quite heavy monobrand strategy, just like the other luxury brands. So you can go into those stores and get a rich and tactile experience of our products. You can hear the sound, you can feel the material. Designers have really crafted into these products. We're also growing in e-tail, both our own e-tail and through Amazon and all the e-tail platforms out there. So really growing our global reach. We're a public company, so you can go and buy shares. I should not make a pitch here for that. You can make up your own mind. You should do all the research. But of course, Tula, who's, by the way, in full disclosure, is also on the board. We are, of course, huge champions of the company. So what does Bang & Olufsen really stand for today? Well, it's pretty much the same as it was 97 years ago. It's about powerful sound, and I'll demonstrate that for you in a second. It's about this timeless design. And one of the tests that I use with our designers is that since I can't predict the future, I try, but I can't predict the future, you can at least predict the past. So I always ask to have our products superimposed into pictures of living rooms 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. Because if a product will work in the past, it will probably also look good for the next 50 years. So this sort of timelessness of design is something that's really important for us. And if you go into one of our monobrand stores, you will see that they're full of items that you could envision that you'd have for many, many years. Of course, craftsmanship has really been an integral part of what we do. We are one of the world's leaders in crafting aluminum. We license aluminum expertise to a number of other companies in both the electronics and automotive field. Anodizing aluminum, the whole process of carving aluminum. We recently had a very successful collaboration with Balenciaga, where we made a handbag that they used in their couture show with Kim Kardashian and Nicole Kidman and other people sort of trolling through the audience with these bags. And they sold out in minutes. So it's really the sort of craftsmanship that we come to bear and bring into all sorts of settings. We sell our products into sort of three parts of our consumers' lives. The very high end is what we call our staged products. These are the sort of very heavy products, big speakers, big televisions. Today we just announced a 97-inch television, if any of you are in the market for a large screen, a very large screen. So rooms, beautiful, and we sell them into luxury homes across the world. It's a very successful part of our business. The sort of middle of what we do is really one of our fastest growing areas, is this sort of concept of flexible living. And Tula, myself, and others have really spent a lot of time in the last couple of years diving into and deep diving on the kids or grandchildren in the Gen Z category. They live very differently. They behave very differently. They buy differently. They think differently. And they want much more flexibility in their lives. So we are building these products, particularly for these new generations, that are flexible, that you can move around the home, and you can really light up a room with beautiful sound, regardless of the size of the room. Our third category are these on-the-go products. These are headphones, in-ear and over-ear. I'll show you a couple of examples. Of course, when you have small products, it doesn't lend itself well to a stage like this. But this is a pair of in-ear headphones that really will bring this beautiful Bang & Olufsen sound with you everywhere. And then, you know, every time I jump on an airplane, I put these on. These are noise-canceling headphones that, again, give you a very, very rich sound. I promised a little demonstration of our sound, so I'm going to do something that might surprise most of you with a very small speaker, and I'll have it play this room here. And I shocked the guys who are in charge of the PA, the public address system here this morning. They thought it was their speakers playing. It was not. Last week at Bang & Olufsen, it's called the Beosound A5. I'll see if my Bluetooth on my iPhone works. It should. Just give me a second. I swear this is an Apple issue, not a Bang & Olufsen issue. Here we go. All right. A5 is this the PA system, but you listen to this, and I want you all to close your eyes, imagining that you're in a hacienda in Spain, and you hear this. So I hate to spoil a good party, but So you're really able to light up a room like this with a small speaker like this, which is really what I would call innovation. Now, the true innovation that we're working on at Bang & Olufsen takes us way beyond the sound. It brings us into customizing these things and enabling you to bring the exact expression that you want into your room. So we are recreating the classics that we have been selling for a long time. We've actually gone out and bought a lot of products in the open market on eBay and other places and reissued those. So you can now from Bang & Olufsen buy 40-year-old record players like this. We also customize our in-ear headphones and do limited drops in different colors, so you can get exactly the color that you want. Now, for the thing that truly makes me proud, and I think is very relevant to where we're going in Bang & Olufsen, is really that we want to turn this industry on its head. But let me just see by a show of hands, how many of you have thrown out an electronics product within the last 2 years? Yeah. I don't see any hands that weren't raised. Let me say it this way. This is really madness. If you think about, we're all here because we care about the environment. Most of us are chosen to be here because this is a subject that really matters to us. We are taking a big step in Bang & Olufsen to show leadership to a world where we create products with much more longevity and products that are built to have much longer lives. So most of you will be surprised, but as humans, if you take all people in the world, the whole human population, we throw 15 pounds of electronics garbage away a year. Every single human on the whole planet. This is just a staggering amount if you think about that. So this madness, we've got to find a way to stop. And part of that is to create electronics products that last longer. So what we're really trying to do is we're building a governance framework that we, of course, are following ourselves, taking social responsibility, really looking at what's the environmental impact of everything we do. Not just the products we do, also but how we build the products. What processes do we use? How do we manufacture? And really understand that it's the whole sort of soup to nuts value chain, internal value chain in the company and external value chain that we got to care about. And through that, we are really positioning ourselves as longevity champions. The things we're doing is sort of sixfold. First of all, transparency, right? Stephen talked about transparency in management. I think also when you're working with consumers, in particular Gen Zs, you've got to be honest. You've got to tell them exactly how your products came about, what the carbon footprint of the products are, and just be very, very transparent and honest. You've got to have the internal value chain tools that enables you to fully understand both what you do yourself and upstream in the supply chain, what each of your partners do. And that leads to really strong sort of skills development. We're lucky at Bang & Olufsen because we have a 97-year-old history of thinking about this. And we really want to help make sure that others in the industry get there as well. The second is longevity by design. You have to design for longevity. If you don't, you end up with a one-year replacement cycle, which so many of us experience with the televisions and other things we buy, that they get thrown out every year or two. But I'm going to sell people someone and then it's out of my mind. I'm going to try and sell them the next thing. So we're really thinking about how we can make a business out of this longevity. So how can we create marketplaces where we can perhaps get a cut of the action in the process of this product being sold on and on and on and being basically better and better. Most of you will have seen that furniture, if you take Fritz Hansen furniture from Denmark and price the product. The fourth point is that advocacy that there can't be enough of. So we're out there talking to others both in our own supply to really evangelize the things that we have learned and share them pretty openly. Fifth point is we want to really evangelize to our consumers, to the people who buy our products, that they should really show love to what they have. Not just Bang & Olufsen, but don't replace so much. Find new uses for the things you have. Give them to a friend, give them to a family member, and really imbue love into these items that you have. And then, of course, we launched 2 years ago the first ever cradle-to-cradle certified speaker, the BeoSound Level. Beautiful speaker with fantastic sound. And that product basically is complete. Every part of it you can plug out, almost like it was made out of Lego. You can take speaker units out, you can take the PCB out, and just continue to upgrade this product and have it take on a long life. Really beautiful product. Talked about the turntable, the one that we have upstairs. I want to just show you a quick video that gives you a sense of the kind of work we do. So if we can roll the video and the sound for the video as well. All right. So basically, what we're talking about here is just the whole process of bringing these products in to our factories, putting new electronics inside of them, and really giving them a new life, so that the 40-year-old record player can actually play a role in your current setup of Bang & Olufsen speakers. And then all the sort of craftsmanship that go into this. All these video I show would be really nice to have sound on, because that one is not going to have the effect without the sound. I can't narrate that one, partly because my singing and piano skills are not up to what these people are. So if we can get that. So, but basically, it's really also about extending the life through repair, because things do break. And in the case of Bang & Olufsen, you can actually bring your products in. We will fix. We have basically undertaken to fix any product that you will ever have bought. So this is again a bold promise that we make. Each of these in small print, but this is really just to tell you that nothing happens unless you start measuring it. We all know that, right? So we have set very tangible goals that we are measuring and the organization through, and Tula, myself, and the rest of the board look at these continuously and hold the management team responsible and accountable for delivering on these goals. Fortunately, they make our job very easy, because, you know, but also with being in a company where this is sort of part of the DNA already. But I'll just say for all of you, it doesn't happen unless you start setting tangible goals. One thing is the chairman standing here waving his arms and making promises, but this has to be measured and tracked, so you start delivering on it. So in closing, Bang & Olufsen is about bringing magical moments to life. But what we really want to do is make sure we connect better and better to the community. We create these these products that integrate into people's lives, and that we give them a continued life way beyond the sort of 1 or 2 year replacement cycle. And with that, I want to close with a video that Tula will probably remember when we showed that the board first. It's the first time I've seen a full board crying so much that you had to hand out Kleenex to all of them. But this is really the sort of emotions that invoke. So are we able to play the sound? I think it's being... This feels a bit like the Eurovision jury. We are waiting for to see if it's Finland or Sweden that's going to win. Tula, I was actually trying to find the Swedish and the Finnish song and play from the speaker, but I didn't have time. I wish I'd thought of that. But, yeah. Do you guys think it's realistic, or should we, okay, yeah. Now I've really sold this video, so it can only be slightly worse than what I promised here. Let's see if we can do it. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have sound yet. Okay. Thank you very much.
Pippa Boothman, Chief Executive Officer of Playfinity.
Good, we on? I don't know how to follow that, so thank you very much for setting me up there. Let me just get this together. Wow, I'm really excited to be here today. I have great privilege to be able to share the mission of what Playfinity is doing. We're on a really big mission to keep kids active and provide a future life for them that's happier and healthier because they're being more active. I grew up on a farm outside of Toronto in the middle of nowhere. If I was lucky, after school, I'd get one TV channel. Star Trek, Saved by the Bell, or 90210. Those were the options, if I was lucky. Towards the end of high school, if I was really lucky, I could send one message on MSN Messenger or ICQ. Oops, sorry. I was home a few weeks ago visiting from Norway. My parents still live there. From one day to the next, I went from having to negotiate with my parents for some Wi-Fi so that I could have my video meetings, to the next day, I could host my entire company from the farm, including my developers, because we got Starlink. I was forced as a kid to be active and to play outside and to be creative because I didn't actually have all that digital fun. It was a gamble. When I was home that Friday, my brother turned up with his twins. They're 14 years old. And they were telling me about their track and field and their soccer game the next week. I was super excited. I could go and I could watch them. I can never do that because I live overseas. But I wasn't allowed. I wasn't allowed because the school doesn't have the budget and the infrastructure to host guests and official games at that school. Through the entire year, they have one track and field meet, and they have one soccer game. And it is up to them to teach themselves, train themselves, coach themselves, and even register themselves. I couldn't believe it. I ran upstairs to my little trunk that's in my bedroom at the farm, and I got out my ribbons and my medals, and I brought it down and I showed it to them. And I talked to them about track and field and volleyball and basketball and soccer and all the sports that we could participate in my little town in the middle of nowhere. They had tears in their eyes. They could not believe the fun that we must have had with this much activity in school. That Saturday, I went for a run down to my local park. This is the little park in Kendall. And when I was young, at 9 a.m., rain or shine, snow, sleet, it didn't matter. All of the kids were in this park playing. We'd be throwing balls, playing in the dugouts, playing kissing tag. We were there, having a blast. I was here at noon. There was not one kid in the park, and there was not one set of footprints. My heart dropped. The next week, I went to Kansas City to be with the Kansas City Royals, their baseball team. Amazing opportunity to kick off the summer camp that they hold for kids to keep them engaged in baseball and active. Playfinity has a station at this camp. We were 15 minutes outside of the city, beautiful park, 3 diamonds, cute little snack shack, little red and blue picnic tables. The mayor turned up to help us open up the camp for the entire summer. Why? Because it's the first time this park has been used in 8 years. There were over 200 kids in this camp, most of which had never thrown a ball in their life, and the average age kids drop out of sports in Missouri is 10 years old. This is another new normal that isn't being talked about enough right now, and it is taking a community to drive change. So, I want you to imagine right now that your parks and your streets and your basketball courts are packed with kids being active and playing, just like the good old days. Playfinity is on a really big mission to keep kids active, healthy, and happy. We take kids from this to this with this. It's magic. We make kids active together all around the world. Because it matters. 70% of kids are dropping out of sports by the age of 13 because it's no longer fun. They're spending 5 to 7 hours a day on screens, and only 5% get over 1 hour a day of activity. Only 5%. Kids are less active, they're less happy, they're less together, they're sleeping less, and they're less healthy. Coaches, parents, all of you in here, and the industry are desperate to find solutions. So who's Playfinity, and what are we trying to do about this? Playfinity was founded in 2016 by 5 dads with the urgency to keep their kids active. They saw them going from hours of sports to hours of screens, and they had to act. We are a team of seriously playful and active professionals with global backgrounds from the likes of TI, Lego, Candy Crush, Airthings, and the Norwegian gymnastics team. Our HQ is in Oslo. We've got 9 team members with 6 nationalities. Why play and physical activity? It's simple. It improves your physical health, your mental health, and your ability to do everyday activities. Why sports? It's not so obvious, actually. Organized sports are the most common way that kids get integrated into an active lifestyle. Whether it's at school, whether it's sports and rec, whatever. That is the way that kids get into sports, and that's actually what keeps them engaged throughout their life. It also teaches teamwork, hand-eye coordination. You make friends, you learn to win and lose. And imagine what happens in 20 years if we don't have kids engaged in sports now. Where does this go? If kids aren't engaged in sports, they're not fans. There's no fan engagement. There's no connection to the sport. Maybe there's no games, there's no refs, there's no umps. This is actually a really big problem. So what's active gaming? Playfinity has created a new gaming platform that inspires active play. We combine sports and physical play with gaming and virtual play, and we bring them together. We don't blame tech, we love tech. We just want to use it for good. And we speak to youth in a language they understand. Leaderboards, avatars, freedom, level progression. This is their language now. Our product portfolio consists of digitized sporting gear that connects to an app on your phone, free app, full of games, and it connects you to all the other players around the world. You can play together. We have a smart ball to learn how to throw. We have jump games, goes on your ankle for the trampoline. We had one kid hit 1 million jumps in December. I challenge you all to do that. We have a gaming baseball, regulation size and weight, pretty good for a Norwegian company. And we have an amazing roadmap for the next 5 years. All of our technology is developed in-house. We've been in development for 5 years so that we have robust, long-lasting, repeatable, and scalable technology. We have our activity tracker. We have our smart core, which goes in this baseball, maybe a hockey puck one day. I am Canadian. Our smart skin for all inflatables. And our smart experience, which is engaging gaming mechanics that's sticky and keeps the kids outside playing longer. So why are we different? You're probably thinking, oh, I've seen some tech in sports before. Why are we different? Because every single product on the market right now focuses on the 2% of kids that take the elite and the pro track. Everything. The 98% of kids who just want to have fun, they are completely underserved and left out of this market. So guess what they do? They start gaming. Playfinity makes it fun for kids to stay active and play longer, and the cherry on top is actually they get better because they're playing more. Physical activity has a long-term positive impact on individuals and society. Physically active people have a lower lifetime climate footprint. They have a better understanding and relationship to food, to consumption, to nature conservation, to education, and normally their health costs aren't so high. We are scaling responsibly and with experts. We don't have all the answers. We're the first to say we don't have all the answers, but we are looking for experts to help us. Everything from our manufacturing partners to partners who are helping us explore how to best scale through ESG and UN sustainability goals. And we're also looking to provide the world's first recyclable, smart sporting equipment. Our sensor technology will outlive a ball that's played. So how can we do that? How can we use that to lower that e-waste? Our product roadmap, as I said, is really exciting. We are growing with the biggest youth impact. Where are the kids? What sports do they want to play? Where are they losing out? And how can we engage with them? And we are complementing traditional sports. We're not trying to get rid of traditional sports. We're trying to keep the pipeline full so that kids want to play and be engaged in sports. We are integrating ourselves industry-wide with mission-driven partners. Our partners have to understand our mission and they have to live and breathe it. The ecosystem and community is critical for impact. We break this down by B2C, so how are we getting products into the hands of our players? Mission, so who are the big companies, associations that are really focused on youth activity and impact? And B2B, coaching apps, education apps. Coaches are dying for this technology. They cannot engage with their kids anymore. And one partner I want to call out is actually based here in Seattle. Amazing, please check them out. They're called Child's Play Charity. They've been around for 20 years, and they deliver therapeutic games and technology directly to pediatric hospitals to improve patients' lives through the power of play. And now they're doing it through the power of active play. We've received global recognition. We've received great press, reviews, awards. We've shipped thousands of products to over 15 countries around the world, and we've recorded millions of activities. And the best part, players love it. Even our little baseball from a Norwegian company is global. In the last 30 days, we've recorded over 100,000 throws and over 1.9, I think is what I saw yesterday, million jumps in just 30 days. That's a lot of active, healthier, and happier kids. And remember, these benefits aren't just for kids. So make sure you are also taking time away from your screen and getting outside and playing and being active. Because not only is it good for you, but you're also a role model to all the kids in your lives. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Minister Sigurd Bjornsdottir.
Yes, okay. Thank you. So now I will keep you to the ground. This is still a normal conference with politicians. After two really exciting people here. So I'm the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation in Iceland. So I'll try to keep this exciting because I really believe I have the most exciting job at the government. And Iceland formed a new government in 2021, and based on a coalition of three quite different parties. They, though, all agreed that arrangement of ministers should reflect on the requirements of a modern society. Growth and prosperity are the government's guiding lights in economic affairs, and we are convinced that the prosperity will be best ensured through a sound economy, equal opportunities, and action for the benefit of innovation, the environment, and the climate. As stated in the government coalition agreement in Iceland, we wanted to create a consensus on the utilization of resources to put a strong focus on sustainability, innovation, and combating climate change by reducing emissions, energy conservation, and green investment. At the same time, we prepare Icelandic society for increased technological advances to further improve our living standards. And within the new government, I got this really exciting opportunity to shape a new role of a Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And it's exciting to have that opportunity for the first time because it combines a really important pillars of our society. Higher education, the universities, the science and resources, the innovation, the digital transformation, the high-tech industry, the AI, and even the space. And my mission statement as a minister was that the key to improved living standards and increased opportunities in Iceland were that innovation or the ingenuity would become Iceland's greatest export. And by this statement, I don't mean that the innovation should become only a singular or separate pillar to our economy. It should expand and strengthen our classical industries into new, innovative, and sustainable ways. And I want to pave the way for a knowledge-driven economy. And I am convinced that we have much to provide to others based on our strong foundation in research, development, innovation, and international collaboration. But what is sustainability and why are we discussing it today? Sustainability must be more than a fancy word for politicians and leaders and companies, to discuss on a fancy conferences like this. We need to have the urge for the people that don't attend these conferences to do something about it. And sustainability is a much broader concept than many think, and complex at the same time. It's not just about founding green solutions, it's also about how we implement them and make them an integrated part of our society and daily life. And Iceland is a small nation, located in a generally isolated island. Our economy is small, our currency is tiny, and our language is one of the smallest in the world. And we'll probably be the only Nordic countries not competing in the final Eurovision on Saturday. But let's see today. But still, we punch above our weight because our language is the second language in the ChatGPT after English. And there are endless opportunities. Iceland scores very high in terms of life quality measurements. We are a modern, peaceful society with high living standards, high quality education, modern infrastructure, and stable government. When we combine these factors with plenty of space, a stunning environment, clean air and water, it is quite easy to understand why Icelanders score high as one of the happiest countries in the world, despite the weather. And the weather is never dull. There is a saying in Iceland that the weather is never bad. There is only a bad clothing. And because of our small size, Iceland is doing quite well on developing innovative solutions and creative output. Because Icelandic startups, they must think globally from day one. And through the usual combination of creative minds and excellent science and resilience, on top of a short communication roads and agile innovation ecosystem, unique startups addressing global challenges flourish now in Iceland. And Iceland should become a cradle of new climate solutions based on our resources, knowledge, and location, and we are already seeing clear signs of this thing already happening. Just like running tide. It's a carbon dioxide removal company from the United States that expanded into Iceland to work on research and development related to its carbon removal system that amplifies the natural pathway to the ocean to durably remove carbon in a scalable way. And they chose Iceland because we are competitive and we have green energy, and they saw the opportunities to build up there. But we have, of course, had our challenges. Living in Iceland hasn't always been easy. Through the ages, we have relied on natural resources and experienced the risks involved. And the country, we were in our element when the herring adventure was at its height by mid-last century, creating thousands of new jobs. Located in the north of Iceland. And almost was based on the herring during these days. However, almost overnight, in 1968, the herring disappeared. The adventure was over. 10,000 to 12,000 people who had moved to Siglufjörður suddenly lost their jobs. And to mention, Icelanders were only 200,000 at the time. But we did not let that stop us. And today, Icelanders have the most sustainable fishing industry in the world. And not so long ago, fish fillets were only used for food production, but today, Icelanders' utilization of the white fish is the best on the global scale, where we use the 90% of the fish. Fish is no longer just a fish. Fish is also a wound healing product, fish oil and nutritional supplements, and a medical production. But fish is also a source of high fashion materials and cosmetics. And let me see. Not so many years ago, Coals were used to create all the energy needed to drive Icelandic industry and power Icelandic homes. And coals were brought from far afield, and sky-high inflation rates had made the price of power an ever greater burden on our society. But with ingenuity and entrepreneurs from Icelandic and locally sourced, the investment paid off. And we saw that the fog that had laid over Iceland quickly disappeared and was replaced with a fresh mountain air. Today, our geothermal energy accounts for 90% of the house heating in Iceland, and we have 100% of renewable energy. It has opened up very many opportunities and possibilities in Iceland, such as energy-intensive business, algae production, greenhouse agriculture, data centers, and the wellness industry, making the most of our geothermal resources. And the solutions are endless, and we have the experts in Iceland. And we have spent the last decades building up strong infrastructures. Iceland is also connected to Europe and America through our 4 international submarine cables, and the latest one was commercialized this year. That new cable is called Iris and will enhance latency performance immensely. And I would like you, in the end, just to give you 2 short examples of our amazing, innovative companies that are changing the world. One is Harrell. They are transforming the way food is processed, supporting the production of high-quality, safe, and affordable food by providing solutions, service, and software to the fish. Harrell traces its origins back to the University of Iceland, and the Icelandic fish processing plants are getting more value out of each fish, more value than seen elsewhere, and that comes from using the latest technology and innovation coming from, among others, than Harrell. While Harrell is working within the field of fish processing, Kerecis is using the product of fish in a very different way. Kerecis was established in 2007, and the founders and their idea was to use fish skin as the active ingredient in medical device for human tissue repair. Most tissue transplant products were at the time, and still are, based on tissues of human or porcine organ. These products are not ideal for the purpose because of technical issues in production, as well as cultural barriers using products from those origins. In addition to that, the products weren't as effective as needed. The founders of Kerecis, they discovered that the fish skin is much more suitable to purpose, since fish skin can be gently processed and does not transfer any virus to human, in addition to no cultural barriers. And their plan was to develop products based on fish skin for treatment of diabetic and other chronic wounds. Their products show high efficacy, and during preclinical and clinical trials, they got an FDA approval for their first product. Kerecis have now established themselves in the US with their amazing fish skin wound healing product. Dear guests, Iceland is ready to embark to the next steps towards a sustainable, technological, and innovative society. The Icelandic government is convinced that the innovation will play an ever more important role in our society. I think one of the most valuable things Iceland can offer generally is a partnership in piloting new solutions. We need to transition a very big part of our economy, and piloting solutions that do that in a smaller, nimbler society that is open to change and committed to fight climate change is a valuable step in the chain to making solutions scalable and deployable across the world. Like I said in the beginning, it's not always been easy living in Iceland, but we have learned that the nature can be cruel and turns our life upside down. As we have faced these difficult challenges, we have learned that nothing lasts forever, and we always need to be prepared. Iceland may be a small country, but we think big and we act. And that's what we did when the herring disappeared and when the catastrophic volcanic eruptions have occurred. And that's what we are going to keep on doing. The key to success is cooperation. In solving one of the biggest challenges of our time, the cooperation of the private enterprise and the public sector is a key factor, but also a cooperation between countries and continents. Dear guests, we should not only use our head and our ingenuity, but we should also use our heart to find enthusiasm and courage to do things better and differently. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, panel Data Centers, Sustainability, and Interconnectivity, led by keynote address from Einar Hansen Thomassen, moderated by Isaac Cato.
Minister, dear audience, you're all mic'd up so we can start. 2 weeks ago, I was attending the Data Cloud Global in Monaco, and in one of the sessions, a veteran in the data center industry, Mr. Dean Nelson, told us that the data centers of the world are using around 2.4% of the world's electricity. That's a lot. I was like, wow, that's a shocking number. What was more shocking is that Mr. Nelson said that with the new machine learning applications, we ain't seen nothing yet. The industry is at a pace we haven't seen before, and we need to build more data centers around the world. This means that we must increase energy production, and we must find greener solutions. Data centers are important infrastructure and crucial part in the fourth industrial revolution. The same thing applies to connectivity. Just like roads and bridges, cables connecting us to the world are, in my mind, the most important infrastructure in our daily life. I mean, all of us are almost always connected, and it's just part of the quality of the life that we endure. What Iceland brings to the table is 100% renewable energy production, free cooling every day of the year. I mean, you don't go to Iceland for tanning, that's for sure, but it's a great location to cool down your servers. And the savings, they're between 30 and 40% just by doing that. And that means more waste of energy, which is very important because energy is getting more scarce. And in Iceland, we also have skilled labor force and a high-tech society. And to talk about what the Nordics, and especially Iceland, can offer to data center industry, we have a great group of panelists moderated by Isaac Cato, who's one of the founders of Verne Global, which is the first data centers to be built in Iceland. He's also a great salmon fisher and spends every summer in Iceland fishing. But to have it so you know them just a little bit before this full bio on the website of this event. But Isaac Cato is a serial entrepreneur and a long-time early-stage tech investor. He's the co-founder, as I said before, of Verne Global, the first large-scale data center in Iceland, and has invested in several Icelandic startups, including CCP Games, where he served on the board for 12 years. He recently formed two Ravens, a pre-seed and early seed stage venture capital firm. Vala Valþórsdóttir is a business development manager at Landsvirkjun, where she helps creating opportunities for potential customers of Landsvirkjun and supports development of new power-intensive industries in Iceland. Vala is a key member of the business development team at Landsvirkjun with a focus on international data centers. Þorvarður Sveinsson, we just call him Varði, it's much simpler, has held several key positions in the Icelandic telecom market. Prior to joining Faras as the CEO in May 2020, he held executive positions at Vodafone Iceland, including COO and CCO for enterprise and development. Before joining Vodafone, Varði was head of group development and strategy for Iceland Telecom. And last but not the least, Ernest Popescu joined Iron Mountain in 2022. As a head of global site selection, he oversees all data center development activities, including the support for continuous and uninterrupted supply delivery in existing markets, new market strategy and entry, and conversion of existing record management facilities into data centers to enable Iron Mountain to their ambitious growth plans. Thank you and enjoy the panel.
Can we hear me? Okay, great. Oh, that was a little weird. Okay. Good afternoon, or good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Takk fyrir Einar and Madam Minister for the nice introduction. Thank you all for coming out. As Einar alluded to in the beginning, virtually everything we do in our personal and professional digital lives touches one and usually multiple data centers. Simply put, we couldn't go about modern life without data centers. They are both the factory and the warehouse of the modern digital economy. So in 2007, when I was introduced to the idea of building data centers in Iceland, I was struck by the proverbial lightning bolt. I immediately understood the power of the idea because I had seen what Google and Microsoft had done in the prior decade here in the great state of Washington, which is they built unprecedentedly large data centers along the Columbia River here in Washington in order to take advantage of the large hydro power plants that are here and to take advantage of all the stuff that offered. So I immediately saw, wow, Iceland could be to Western Europe what Eastern Washington is to the United States. And done correctly, you could build one of, if not the most, both economically and environmentally efficient data centers in the world. So my co-founders and I and our partners set out to go and try to bring the global data center industry to Iceland. And over the next 15, 16 years, we toiled mightily to make that a reality. And happily, I'd say we were largely successful. So both in Iceland and in other Nordic countries, there are now multiple data centers. My company, Vern Global, was acquired for a tidy sum back in 2021. So we also built economic value up. And I'd love to do today is we have a terrific panel who's well suited to address this question. I'd like to explore why it is that the Nordic area, and Iceland specifically, are such a great place to think about putting data centers these days. And I think I'll start with you, Ernest, if that's okay. Ernest, you've spent many, many years doing data center strategy, site selection, development and deployment of data centers around the world for a couple of the biggest hyperscalers, notably Amazon and Facebook, and now you're doing the same thing for Iron Mountain, which itself has a large global co-location presence. So what I'd love is if you could give us a bit of historical context here about how the data center industry has evolved over the last 20 years. Historically, you would only put a data center near a large metro area with a whole bunch of eyeballs, but that is now changing. So can you tell us what's changed and why is it, what has changed such that someone might now think about building and running a data center in Iceland, and why a big enterprise customer might put their data center infrastructure there.
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, thank you for having me. I'll take a roundabout way to answer the question, but please beat me up if I'm taking too long. Typically, the data center industry is made up of, you know, the hyperscalers who offer public cloud services, meaning that they sell the cloud storage, compute, connectivity to, you know, enterprises. AWS, you know, I think famously, you know, started, you know, the industry, so to speak, in terms of moving workloads off-prem to this public cloud, which essentially is a utility. And the developers of cloud infrastructure that look to sell to third-party customers, as you pointed out, Isaac, require eyeballs, require proximity, latency to their customers, which is why you see a lot of clustering around either sort of beachhead, tip of the spear connectivity hubs where subsea cable landings are located, or large metro areas. Then you also have a large sort of segment of development that's driven by organic, endemic growth. Example, Google search, you know, Microsoft Office 365, that aren't as latency sensitive, which is why you see Microsoft, Google, Facebook is another fantastic example of a customer that has no third-party applications. It's all to support its native, you know, Facebook Messenger apps, and they can basically locate anywhere, and they're location agnostic, and they have little to no latency sensitivity. So that's sort of, you know, some separation in terms of the market segment. The other thing that's interesting is the hyperscalers tend to obsessively self-perform, which means that they'll buy the land themselves, develop, entitle, zone, permit, and build and operate data centers themselves. But because the industry has seen such explosive growth, they just can't meet that growth organically, internally, and it's created a third-party ecosystem of developers, co-location providers that offer multi-tenanted data center infrastructure, or, you know, built to suit to help supplement some of the gaps in supply that, you know, the hyperscalers are driving. The reason the Nordics are so interesting, and something that's recently, you know, become very conversationally top of mind, is you know, the advent and the growth of AI ML, which is entirely location agnostic. You have you know, training data centers that require a high load of compute and storage that can essentially be placed anywhere in the world, which I think is, you know, a trend that you're going to start seeing, which is that you're going to have untethered infrastructure development from the traditional highly interconnected areas in the flap, you know, Frankfurt, London, Amsterdam, Paris, you know, Singapore, Tokyo, to where you know, where a lot of the resources are drained. You know, data centers require power, water, predominantly to cool servers that, you know, require a fairly stringent temperature range to operate optimally. So you know, I think with the popularity and advent and explosive growth that AI ML is going to drive, the fact that it's latency agnostic, not sensitive, I think, and the fact that, you know, a lot of the traditional data center markets are resource constrained, a lot of public opposition to this seemingly endless growth, I think what you're going to see is you're going to see a lot of expansion in what was historically less traditional markets, but that are resource rich. You know, as was pointed out earlier, data centers require cooling. You know, if you can get free air cooling 365 days a year, I mean, that's a huge advantage. Outside of the infrastructure, the OpEx to power and cool a data center is probably the next biggest cost driver. So I think the Nordics generally are poised, I think, to experience some explosive growth. I don't know if that answered the question.
Yeah,
I
no,
kind of took a long detour along the way.
No, it's
yeah,
absolutely right.
yeah.
So we saw just what you're talking about, which is that as data centers have become more and more power intensive over the years, it makes less and less sense to put every data center in a big metro area like London where things are expensive, where it's hard to get the resources you're talking about. So we very much saw that, and I agree that the AI, ML, generative models are only more computationally and power intensive. So we expect that trend to continue. Vala, very proactively and intentionally courted the data center industry going back for as long as I was involved to 2007. I'd love if you could elaborate a bit more on what specific advantages the Nordics and Iceland perhaps uniquely offer data center operators that you just can't easily find in too many other places in the world.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Well, the Nordics have put a lot of emphasis in promoting this green image and have put a lot of focus on also into develop new renewable power options within the regions. But so if I just focus on Iceland a bit, and the power advantages that we have there is that we are already 100% renewable. The complete power generation in Iceland is from hydro, geo, and now we're developing wind projects as well, because it works very well with the hydropower. And what's also very unique for Iceland is that we are an island located in the North Atlantic Sea, and we're completely isolated from the European energy market. So we are not affected, for instance, by the European energy crisis that occurred just 2 years ago and is still ongoing. So we have very stable power prices, and that gives us an advantage as a power company to offer these long-term contracts to our customers with long foreseeability, with fixed power prices for up to many years. And also, because we are isolated from the European power grid, all the energy that is delivered to our transmission system is completely green. So it doesn't matter where you're located in Iceland, you're just using green energy. So it's very convenient and strategic for companies to locate in Iceland, because you will never have to worry about any carbon emission taxes and so on. And like we've already discussed here, what's very fortunate for data centers, maybe not us living in Iceland, is that we don't have any summers. It's just like this. So we're always just around the zero. Like in summers, we just get. We don't get, like people think Iceland is extremely cold, but we're always just around the 0 degrees, and that's a very good and stable environment for data centers and the operators of data centers in Iceland.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, I mean, even putting the green aspect aside for a second, the economic advantages that Iceland offers through its really almost unicorn-like power infrastructure and generation system is really, really incredible. The stability point that you raised was such a big factor for us. There are no variable cost inputs effectively that go into generating power in Iceland, which means that you know exactly what your power is going to look like, your costs are going to look like for as long as you're willing and Landsvirkjun is willing to contract with you. And that was there's just nothing like it in, I don't know, anywhere else in the world.
No, exactly.
So it was really spectacular. Vardi, so one of the first things that we did when we were starting off Vern was we worked very, very closely with Far Ice, the national cable operator, and the Icelandic government to make sure that the, at the time, second modern fiber optic cable, Danice, was laid between recently turned up Iris, the new system. You know, laying cables is a tremendously costly, complex, and difficult undertaking. So I'm curious what the motivation was of the stakeholders involved in the project. Why did they decide to do it? And you know, how does it interplay? I mean, I know Far Ice, how does it come into play?
Yes, we're quite happy that we opened our IRIS system now about 3 months ago, and it was put in place to augment and increase the redundancies of our existing system. Because what we need to think about really is how the internet works. Okay, we are faced every day with applications like Facebook, and we hear phrases like 4G, 5G, which is really the kind of customer-facing aspect of a large creature, which is called the internet. But the internet is actually quite deep. And what we're doing is when we're using Facebook, we're using maybe 4G on our mobile phone to connect to a local data center that might be located in Reykjavik. But Facebook really isn't just there. It's connecting to data centers in Europe. And if you want to watch a video of a cat that actually originates in Washington, US, it needs to travel between data centers in US all the way to Europe, and from Europe to Iceland, where you can consume the content. Now, this is basically connections of data centers. And the data centers are connected primarily actually through submarine cables. 99% of data goes through, data on the internet goes through submarine cables. And when you understand that, and you understand where Iceland is, you understand why submarine cables are tremendously important for Iceland. Without them, we are an island in the North Atlantic with a fully functioning, modern, redundant internet connections. We are integrated in the digital world with the rest of you here. That was the primary goal of the IRIS system, to increase the redundancies. But furthermore, what we did, we designed the system in a way that would reduce the latency between Iceland and continental Europe, specifically the British Isles or Ireland. So we went pretty straight path into Ireland, reducing the latency. And that then comes to the secondary part of the question. What was the driver? Is actually to support the data center industry in Iceland. Because with the low latency connections, with increased redundancies and competitive prices, we are actually a critical component, critical infrastructure, allowing data center operators to take advantage of the sustainability of the power generation and the cool climate and everything. So those two factors were the reasons why we built the IRIS system.
Yeah, fantastic. Far Ice also, in addition to Landsverken, was incredibly supportive of, always has been, of the industry. I mean, I think really your success and the data center industry's success in Iceland are inextricably linked. It's a happily codependent relationship. So we always appreciated it. Ernest, I'm going to come back to you. So while I would say that the data center industry in the Nordics has grown very nicely and very steadily over the last 15 years, given the really incredible value proposition, I'm actually surprised that it hasn't grown faster and a little bit more exponentially. And maybe that's just around the corner with AI and ML. But let me play a little bit of the devil's advocate here. What are some of the things that hold back growth of adoption of the Nordics for data centers? What advice, as an operator, developer yourself, what advice would you have for the governments, the service providers?
I think we've kind of alluded to it a little bit. I think connectivity is a critical play. I think data centers require power, water, land. Connectivity is critical. So I think that obviously requires a concerted, deliberate effort to bring redundant fiber, backhaul, long haul. So I think that's key. I think second, we've kind of talked about it a little bit in my sort of long spiel. It's latency was critical, and the fact that latency was critical and remains critical isn't mutually exclusive with the fact that AI, ML is latency agnostic, and obviously the Nordics are remote. So as you've already pointed out, whenever you call, an application on your phone, it travels and it pulls the data, whether it's cached or localized in a remote area, and then it comes back to your phone. So that the Nordics are isolated, so that the travel time, even though measured in milliseconds, is important for enterprises, less so for the cat videos. but more so for people doing transactional financing, where milliseconds cost money. But so I think what you're going to see is you're going to see a push towards the edge. You're no longer going to see these sort of mega regions in terms of customer base that requires latency sensitive data center infrastructure. But then you're also going to see massive campuses in regions that aren't resource constrained, in regions that offer friendly economic development incentives, that are well connected, that have free air cooling, that have water, which again a critical component, particularly for adiabatic, indirect evaporative cooling. So I think it's a matter of time. Personally, this is a personal opinion. We alluded to the fact that data centers use 2.x% of the world's electricity. I think the public cloud penetration is still measured in teens, which is frankly a misnomer because the denominator keeps increasing. It's an insatiable appetite. The pictures on your phone used to be 1 megapixel, now they're 20 megapixels. Everything we do, data use is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. So I think it's just a matter of time, and I think investment in infrastructure to create a fertile data center development infrastructure environment is key. Connectivity, obviously natural resources you can't conjure. The fact that the Nordics have stable temperature, power, water is phenomenal, and then obviously there have to be economic incentives. The biggest one is no surprise, as expensive as the infrastructure is. The hardware CapEx is 10x that. So for every $1 billion spent in data center infrastructure, the hardware CapEx is $10 billion, and it gets refreshed every 4 to 5 years. So having fertile conditions from an economic development perspective in terms of personal property tax reductions, exemptions on data center assets, hardware, I think is critical. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to see an explosion too, just because of all the things that you two have done in order to make it easier and easier for people to come to Iceland and the other Nordics. I think that's likely to happen. Vala, I want to talk a little bit about the green aspect of this. So when we started Vern Global, it was in the middle of a green tech boom, and then the global financial crash happened, and pretty much everybody stopped talking about their environmental responsibility. We're now here in 2023. My sense is that things have changed and that more and more large enterprises, and particularly those I think the Europeans have always been a little bit ahead of us in the States, but now even number of companies in the U.S. are really taking their environmental impact quite seriously. But I'm curious, what are you hearing when you're approached by data center operators or big enterprises? What's their sentiment around the green aspect of Nordic data centers?
Good question. Well, we at least have always known at Landsvirkjun and in Iceland how valuable renewable power is. And we've always thought that we are in my opinion, it wasn't like a clear shift in perspective from companies. It's been more like a gradual interest in this, and especially after the Paris Agreement.
Yeah.
A lot of companies have set forth extremely ambitious climate goals, and I think they're just realizing now how short, like it's all coming now, like usually the end goal is around 2025, I've been hearing. So now I find that there's, most definitely a shift. There's a really high demand after green energy in Iceland, and companies and new industries are really seeking opportunities in Iceland and to develop their industries there, which is good for us because now we are in a position where we have this line of projects and we can actually prioritize what we want for Iceland and what will benefit Iceland as well. So it's not just the companies that are benefiting from Iceland's green image, it's also us. So it's just like we're looking for win-win projects in Iceland. So that's very fortunate to be in that position.
Okay, thank you. I know we're running short on time, so Vardy, I'm going to save the last question for you. I know so you've got your fourth cable going now, but I know already there are other operators and people who are thinking about even further further expansion of the cable network to Iceland. What's next for Far Ice? And I guess related to that, importantly, how do you for many companies, like power is the single biggest operational expense for data center companies, but bandwidth is also a significant component. So how do you keep bandwidth pricing competitive? It has to be that way in order to attract. It's a complex equation of what people go through.
So number of questions. I'm going to start with what's next. One is 20 years old this year, so we are currently doing what we call a 20-year review. So and based on that, then we will decide on whether or not we will push ahead with a new project. To build a submarine cable is a complex project. It's quite expensive and will take around 4 years from that decision is made. And cost per capita, you have to remember that there are 400,000 people who live in Iceland, and I'm rounding up. So cost per capita is quite high, and the demand for resilience and redundancy is extremely high. We can never go down. So when we make a decision on investing in a submarine cable, it's always based upon a well thought out plan. And that kind of leads into the second question on other submarine cables operators. Will they come to Iceland? Hopefully. The industry in a few years' time where this will become, there will be multiple operators with multiple cables, and the redundancies will be even better. The business case can be a challenge, but hopefully we will be there in the end. And then to the final part of your questions regarding the competitiveness of the price. Even if we are only selling really international connectivity to Iceland, we are in competition. We are in competition with the other Nordics. When a data center customer chooses to locate in Iceland, they usually don't just talk to a single data center in Iceland. They go through a tendering process, and they, look at other Nordic countries, and they compare power prices. They compare total cost of ownership, which includes the connectivity cost. So already we are benchmarked on competitiveness with other Nordic regions, which are then providing connectivity over similar distances as we are. So that's what we strive to. We need to be competitive in order to be able to support the data center industry, in order to be able to basically invest in our submarine cables.
Yeah, it's we think many Americans think of you as a socialistic kind of environment up in the Nordics, but it is fiercely competitive in terms of industry from my perspective. So which I think is fundamentally healthy. Well, I want to thank our panelists for joining us today. Unfortunately, we won't have time for questions, but I imagine a few people will be around if anybody does want to ask about data centers in the Nordics. I personally think that we're only getting going, and you will see more and more data center build-outs and operations landing in the Nordic region. It is really one of, if not the best places in the world to build a large-scale data center. And you may not realize that you're looking at data that pass through Iceland or Norway or Sweden, but it is. So it actually matters to all of us in this room. So thank you very much, everybody.
Please welcome to the stage Nishant Batra.
Hi, everyone. So we're going to go from data center in the Nordics to telecommunications globally now. That would be the intent. I know I'm between you guys and lunch for several of you. So I'll try to make this very sustainable for all of you. At Nokia, we have a new brand to start with. How many in the room actually know that Nokia has a new brand? There's a few, at least. Good. It was a big event that we had at a conference called Mobile World Congress. It's a big telecommunications event in Barcelona every year in February. And we relaunched our brand, and it's a very iconic brand. So it was a little bit of, we were a little bit scared how this would go. It went very well. And one of the platforms that we relaunched the brand on was no green without digital. That we want to be not just a connectivity or a digital platform for the world, but a sustainability platform for the world. And I'll talk a little bit about that today. So we represent the global world of telecommunications, and we look at sustainability in two different dimensions. The first one, which we call, is our footprint. And we, of course, heard from the esteemed panelists recently, data centers, right? But we measure, this is our footprint. Communications networks, which includes enterprise communication networks, are about 1.15% of the energy consumption in the world. Data centers are slightly higher, they're at 2%. And then a telecom sector, which is global connectivity, fixed and wireless, 5G and fiber to your house. This is about 4%. This is what we call at Nokia the industry's footprint. Then there is a handprint of the industry. And what does that mean? 80% of the carbon emissions, they come from physical industries today. These physical industries, and I've mentioned a few here, and I'll exemplify in a subsequent slide, these physical industries have not been digitalized. And they are about 80% of the total global CO2 emissions. And we believe at Nokia that with the technology that the footprint provides, that is connectivity and digital, we can actually optimize about 40%. And that's the impact we can bring. We can not just optimize what we consume ourselves, but we can optimize through our tech industries which still remain very physical in nature and make a far bigger impact. So 4% goes to 40%. That's the magnitude that we want to impress upon with our technology. Let me talk about the footprint in a little bit detail as well. So of course we are in the business of system electronics, software, silicon, and this is how we look at our own footprint. We look at it in 4 dimensions. We want to be on the leading edge of silicon all the time. It creates energy efficiency. We are also innovating in cooling, because once you cool a product not through active but passive means, you save energy. We want to make sure our supply chains are sustainable, and every external mechanical element we use is either recycled or has potential to be recycled or refurbished. This is how we optimize our own footprint. So when we ship our product, and we ship our product to leading world service providers like T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon, when we ship our product, it has to work as good with less energy. That's our footprint. And this is how we look at the technology evolution. I am confident that in this room, at least 60% of the people sitting has a 5G connection on their phone. This is the difference on power consumption between 4G and 5G. So if those of you who have converted your connection from 4G to 5G in the last 3 years, you're contributing. So pat yourself on the back. It is about 100x So today we have achieved a large part of that, but there's a potential of more, and we can get up to 100x energy savings. So every time you watch a video on YouTube and you have a 4G connection, you're using nearly 100 times more energy to watch the same video if you were on 4G versus if you were on 5G. That's the difference. This is now going to continue. Our expectation is by the end of the decade, we will launch 6G with our partners, and the curve will continue. In 6G, the technology and the generation of this technology is built bottom up, not for performance and capacity, so we can all watch more videos, but for sustainability. Our expectation is that we will keep the curve in the same direction, that we will save energy for every bit that every consumer consumes. This is the way we are advancing the technology we offer to our customers. So this was a little bit around our footprint. Let's talk a little bit around our handprint now. I talked about industries that have not digitalized. We call this the law of inversion. There are several industries that are quite digitalized today. I'm pretty sure that 95% of the people in this room have not walked into a bank, a physical retail bank, in the last month. You occasionally have to. Before COVID, that was quite often. Now, rarely anyone walks into a bank because the financial industry has digitalized. We all have shopped at a small company in Seattle called Amazon because the retail industry has digitalized. The services industries have digitalized. The physical industries, which contribute to 70% of the global GDP, they have not yet digitalized. And our expectation is that over the rest of the decade and the decade after, in the generations of 5G and 6G, the physical industries will start to digitalize on the back of 5G and 6G. And if you look at the productivity that you get through digitalization, there's a clear incentive for them to do. And I also talked about that these are the industries that are consuming most. For example, the energy sector, it consumes about 25%, manufacturing 30%, and transportation about 13%. That's about 70% of the global energy is consumed by three sectors. And the potential for connectivity-driven digitalization is massive in these industries. If every turbine had a sensor and was digitalized, the efficiency and productivity would go up. If you think about transportation, how many trucks in platooning mode are connected today and what efficiency they can get out of it? If you look at extremely high carbon focused industries in manufacturing, like steel manufacturing, there is an urgent need for them to digitalize, and the opportunity is there. And that is where we believe we can plant our handprint. And we now look at the size of what we need to connect. There's about 14 million sites, manufacturing sites, ports, mines that need to get connected and digitalized. And that's the gain you can get. You get a cost, a productivity, an efficiency, and a safety gain, and you make that site more sustainable when you implement a 5G-driven digitalization platform in there. That is our aim. And I know that this was supposed to be a TED Talk for a few minutes, so I'll leave you guys with two examples. So I give you some time back as well for lunch. This is a very interesting example. We work with this company in New Jersey. How many of you have heard of vertical farms? Great. There's the vertical farms. There are some stats on the slide. I will not go through them, but we work with this company called Aero Farms. They're essentially building huge warehouses, which are vertical farms. We have worked with them to connect drones that fly. The drones have high precision cameras. They look at every route and chute, and they decide through artificial intelligence, do they need any fertilizer or water? And if they do, it is administered. If it doesn't, it is so precise. and we have seen 3x increase. And this is how the world becomes more sustainable. We are very, very proud of this example. And I'll leave you one more. This is rather mundane, the last one. None of you have been in a mine, I'm pretty sure. But in a mine, you have these autonomous trucks for transportation. These trucks, they stop when their system heartbeat stops, when there's a safety heartbeat, because you don't want to kill people in the mines. If there's no connectivity or bad connectivity or high latency, these trucks stop. Then somebody has to walk up to that truck, manually start it. Now you're losing energy, productivity. When you connect them with 5G and you put an AI platform behind it, then the truck doesn't stop. Suddenly the efficiency and sustainability go up in that mine without any additional chemical reaction happening in the mine. It's safe. I'm just leaving you guys with 2 examples, and my last slide and a quote. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. And that's why no green without digital. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishant, and to all of this morning's speakers. Now we'll break for lunch, which will be held in the Fisherman's Sun Terrace. We'll commence our afternoon session promptly at 1:25 with a talk from Washington State Governor Jay Inslee.